they normally give you 3 feet away from the person marker to walk into your place, right? And these people provoke you and say a lot of things about you. Sometimes they block the road to go into your place.
Are you saying that our 1,000 acres that our ancestors bought is under threat?
It's under threat, big time.
1,000 acres is under threat.
Yeah, because these Mayas are activating faster than any Garifuna who is living on the land.
Well, okay, well let's discuss that, and it's a very critical moment, because we hear the same thing is happening in Barranco, right? But Rodney, we need to talk about that 1,000 acres that our ancestors bought, and plus there's 100,000 acres too. So we have some work to do.
Yeah, because actually,
I don't want to cut this. I don't want to cut our discussion short, but we are on time. And Sister Julie Mars from the Cherokee Nation had her presentation, I think, slotted for now.
Oh,
but we do want to follow up, and I know you produce a lot of drums. I wanted to hook you up with Brother Flavius, the Real Stuff podcast. He's interviewing everybody at Garifuna for this week, right? What we are doing, what we're doing. So that you could tell him, this is the type of thing we are doing with our brothers in Jamaica, exchanging knowledge, exchanging, production ideas, so that we could create our own space, so to speak. And I'm loving it. Yes. Is Cynthia nearby?
Yes, sir. Cynthia.
Hello.
Wonderful. So
yes, Sister Julie Mars is here.
Wonderful. So thank you, Rodney. We want to thank Rodney. He's going to be here for a while. We open the time for greetings and for sharing and learning and celebrating one another as we continue to heal. So as we are having our sister here from Cherokee Nation, wow, this is a wonderful historic time of connecting. And Sister Julie Moss will introduce herself better than me, but we have been colleagues for many years. Right, Sister Julie?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. We are not ashamed of sharing our age as well. I think we are into the elders category now. I love my eldership. At least I am an elder. Let me speak for myself. And we met as a part of the Rural Development Leadership Network. That was in the 80s, Julie?
Yes. Can you hear me?
It is. Wow. In California, right?
Yeah.
Davis University.
I'm hearing you, Julie, and I'm hearing you, Cynthia. So don't worry about it.
Okay. Excellent. So Julie, we want to hear more from you and whatever you want to share in your heart as a Garifuna Nation. It's very historic that we are connecting with you as a part of a nation. Your people were here long before, the intruders came in. And we are interested. I remember you were part of hosting Women of the 21st Century. What year was that? I can't remember. In 2000, was it 1900 something? Okay. And it was a beautiful space, sacred space hosted by the Cherokee Nation.
Oh, yeah.
And also very beautiful is that you went to Bangladesh under the guidance of Youssef. You will tell us a little about that, please.
Okay.
And we have always been looking at ways in which we can strengthen our people. So, Julie, can you please just share with us what's on your heart?
Okay. Well, I understand this is International Women's Day was yesterday, and this is also Women's History Month here in the U.S. And so I want to give you greetings from the heart of Indian country, USA, from me, an American Indian woman of the Cherokee tribe. I give you greetings from Muskogee, Oklahoma, where I am in my office this morning. And I join you in celebrating International Women's Day and Women's History Month here in the U.S. and the rise of the Garifuna Nation. I would like to start, Cynthia, if it's okay, with a poem in tribute to all women and especially to women warriors. This is a poem inspired by my people's history of having war women, and also inspired by two of my very best friends here in America who were women lawyers, attorneys here in Oklahoma that fought for rights and equality and justice for our American Indian people and our native tribes. They were both my best friends here, and they died young, and I wrote this poem as a tribute to them. And here, I'm going to read it now. It's called You Warrior Women. It is written, and it is told, Cherokee women fought as warriors in times of old. I remember these things when I think of you, you two warrior women, you who fought great battles in the courts of law, working for treaty rights, religious freedom, behind the scenes, unsung heroes. I have struggled hard these years to accept this world without you. I will not forget you. I will remember your work and carry on and carry on. Champions of the dispossessed, you've given me a firm resolve, a steely determination never to quit. Neither of you were Cherokee women like in the tales of the Cherokee Wars, but you were a great friend to one. Your inspiration carries me, you warrior women. So that was a poem I wrote in tribute to my friends that were attorneys that fought for the rights of Indian people here in America. My name is Julie Moss. I have a Cherokee name in my language, and that name is Anawegi. It has no English translation, but is a common name within our tribe among our Cherokee women. I come from a very small rural community in northeastern Oklahoma, close to the border of Arkansas. That's why I have this southern accent. My tribal nation was forcibly removed to Indian Territory, which is now called Oklahoma. And there's a message coming up here. Okay. My tribe was forcibly removed here, as many tribes were in the 1830s, according to the federal removal era. We were forcibly removed by the tip of a bayonet from our native homelands in order to take our lands away to give to the white settlers that had encroached upon our territories. So before removal, our people enjoyed our tribal sovereign nation status and had thousands of acres to be able to hunt and fish and do our traditional ceremonies in our traditional way of life. So we have, among our people and among many tribes here, we have a worldview that is different than the mainstream that we live in the society that we live in today. One of the strengths that we have had as Indian people here in America is knowing who we are and where we come from and what our history is, and knowing our traditions and our ceremonies. And I just want to say that over the years, I have participated in our traditional ceremonies. And I have that worldview of tradition and ceremonial things that we do for every event and every effort that we undertake. And all of our big efforts that we get ready to take on, we begin by doing traditional ceremonies or prayers or rituals. And I just wanted to let you know that I wanted to encourage you as the Garifuna Nation. One of the things that we did when I went to work for my tribe, we have sort of a separation between our traditional tribal communities and our what we call our progressive tribal governments, which are more formatted along the lines of the greater society. And we have traditional chiefs, and then we have elected chiefs in our tribal governments. So there's two different things going on. We have our traditional people with their chiefs and with all the ceremonies and rituals and religion, and then we have what we call the tribal governments. And there's a long history that I could talk about. Here in America, we have about 545 Native American tribes. And here in Oklahoma, we have about 49 tribes in this state where I live. And over the years, I've worked for about 3 tribes. We have, among the Cherokee tribes, we have 3 of them. We have the Cherokee Nation of Oklahoma, which is the Western tribe, and we have the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians, which is the tribe that was left behind when we were removed. Some of our people hid in the mountains in North Carolina, and they were recognized as a tribe later on. And then we have a 3rd tribe, which is the tribe I belong to, which is the United Kituah Band of Cherokee Indians in Oklahoma. We have a long name, but we call ourselves the UKB Cherokees. And the reason that we have 3 tribes, of course, we were forcibly removed. The main body of the tribe was removed in the 1830s to Oklahoma by force, military force. And but the Kituahs, which are seen as the traditional kind of part of the tribe, they moved before everything happened because they saw what was coming. And so they moved to Indian Territory before the forced removal, and they're called the Old Settlers. And that's my tribe. The Cherokee Nation of Oklahoma is the largest non-reservation tribe in the country. And my tribe, the UKB Cherokees, is one of the 20 largest American Indian tribes in the country. My history as a Cherokee woman and my career in tribal government began in the 80s. I worked for the Cherokee Nation of Oklahoma. I had a very close relationship with the first female chief of that tribe, Wilma Mankiller. We were very close friends, and we worked together. And back in those days, we saw ourselves as activists and organizers. She was a great mentor. We worked for the Cherokee Nation of Oklahoma for many years. Before she became chief, she first ran for deputy chief, and then she ran for chief and won. And she was quite famous here in our country because she was the first female chief. One of the things that we did, one of the things that I did was, and I still do today, I write grant applications for funding from the federal government. And Indian tribes today have a certain relationship with the federal government. We're seen as sovereign nations, but we're dependent sovereign nations. And we have what they call a government-to-government relationship with the federal government here in the U.S. And so we have, like, I'm living in the state of Oklahoma, but we also have my tribe that's in the state of Oklahoma. And so when we apply for funding through the tribe, we apply directly to the federal government, just like the states do. So we are seen as nations here. And it's my understanding that the Garifuna is going to, is rising up to take its place as a nation in your country. And I just wanted to encourage you. It won't be easy. It's not easy. You come against very powerful forces. And that's why, in my experience with my tribe, what we had to do was we had to depend on our faith in our religious ceremonies and our prayers in order to get us through each stage of everything we did. we had lands that had been taken from us and that we wanted to get back. And we had attorneys fighting for those lands to give it back to us. And so what we would do in our tribal office, we would gather around and we might take our papers, documents that had to be filed with the courts, and we would all circle around those documents and we would pray for favor and for justice before we would file those documents. And so we really depended on our religious and traditional ceremonies and prayer to get us to every stage of development for our tribe. And I have to say that it worked. There were times when very strong and powerful forces came against us, and some of our funding would be cut off or about to be cut off, or the doors would slam in our face, and we would come together collectively and we would pray together that those doors would be opened and that we would find favor. And so many times our prayers were answered. And I truly believe that if we had not done that, if we had just done our own best as human beings on this earth, that we wouldn't have found as much favor as we did, because we turned to our faith, to our spiritualism, to our God, and it helped us. One of the things, and Cynthia, I hope you're keeping track of the time, but I wanted to talk a little bit about what you mentioned earlier. And back in the 80s, I was working in the planning department of the Cherokee Nation, and Wilma was the chief at the time. And Dr. Muhammad Yunus came to visit our tribe. He was visiting a lot of people in the country. He's the founder of the Grameen Bank in Bangladesh, and he's a Nobel Prize laureate now. But he was speaking on the Grameen Bank, which is a poverty bank, or a bank for, hello?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
sorry,
yes,
everything
Julie.
went dark.
I'm loving everything you're saying. I'm loving everything.
Go ahead,
I'm loving
Julie.
it.
Okay.
Loving it. Tell the story, Julie. Tell it.
Okay, well,
Please.
Dr. Yunus came and spoke at our tribe that day, and he talked about the Grameen Bank and how he had founded it and what it was doing for his people. And one of the things that he said to me, because I later traveled to Bangladesh and I interviewed him, and we studied his bank and we set one up. I did that as my master's project when I was with the Rural Development Leadership Network, getting my master's degree. So I went to Bangladesh as part of my graduate research, and I set up that bank for the Cherokee Nation as part of my graduate field project. And I went there, and the Grameen Bank treated us just like they would have treated their own bank workers. And what they did with their own bank workers was they sent them out into the field and studied what was going on out there. And then we had to interview borrowers. And the Grameen Bank focused mainly on women because the women were the poorest of the poor in that country. And this was a way to empower them and economically and start where they were in their poverty. And they would form collective circles of borrowers, and they would all come together. I don't know if you all understand how the Grameen Bank works, but it's a very wonderful and unique the way it works, because they create circles of borrowers which were poor women. And then they would all come together, and they would decide among themselves who had some kind of a business idea that was more developed. And then they would vote among themselves who should go and get a loan first. And some of the women, you know, in that country, in that culture, women weren't allowed to touch money. And so some of them touched money for the first time in their lives. And they would tell stories about when they got this money and their hands were just shaking because here this money came. They'd never touched it before. They didn't know how to deal with it. But they taught each other and they encouraged each other and they empowered each other. So that was the kind of concept of that bank, that kind of a bank. And I interviewed Dr. Eunice one time, and I always remembered what he told me. You know, he was educated in America at one of our big universities here. He studied economics here in this country and then went back to his country to help his people. And when I was interviewing him, when I was in Bangladesh, what he said to me was, he said, you know, this country that I'm from is the poorest of the poor. And he said, I could spend my time crying about seeing my people in poverty like they are, because it was devastating poverty. And he said, or he took the practical approach, or he said, I could do what I could do to help them. And that's what I decided to do. And that's what he did. He founded the Grameen Bank and helped so many people in his country and became a huge economic force as a collective in that country. So that was my master's field project that I worked on and I studied. And I had, Wilma Mankiller was a mentor to me. And also I consider Dr. Eunice a mentor because I studied the Grameen Bank and I studied him, I interviewed him. And anytime he came to the United States, I would fly wherever he was and listen to him speak. He was a great inspiration to me because he was so practical. He saw the suffering of his people in poverty and he said, you know, I could just cry all day long, or I can turn around and I can do something that will help them, to help themselves out of poverty. And that's what he did. That's why he's a Nobel laureate this day. I will say, I don't want to take up a whole heck of a lot of time here, but I want to say to you that, you know, as Cynthia said, we're getting to be elders now. And I've done a lot of organizing and activism in my past life. I'm sort of almost semi-retired from all of that. But a few years ago, I decided to organize an Earth Day event called Drums for Mother Earth. And also, I just have a great heart for drums. You all were speaking about drums a little earlier. And we went to New Mexico once, Taos, which is a mecca for drum makers and drums. And I traveled to China with two of my other best friends, Terry Badhand and Patty Martin. And Terry Badhand carried a drum with her all the way to China. It was a hand drum, and she put it in her backpack and she took it with us. And it was a wonderful thing because she cared for it very carefully. So I told her before we came back, I said, Terry, I'm going to write a poem for you. I said, I don't know what it's going to say, but I'll know tomorrow. So I went to bed that night. We were there in China. And the next morning we woke up and I had this poem in my head. And it's called Honor This Drum. I want to read it now. Honor this drum. The drum, the drum, the drum. It carries the heart of the people. It carries the voice of the mother. The drum is a spirit. It lives deep in the earth. It dances high in the sky, carries laughter in the wind. The drum beat is a storyteller for the ancient ones. The grandfathers, the grandmothers hear this and smile. The drum is the little one of the big sky thunder. The drum spirit sings from this drum. The drum spirit lives. The drum spirit lives. The drum spirit lives in this drum. What don't, what don't, what don't, what don't. So that was the poem I wrote for her because she treated that drum so carefully. And while we were there in China, we were there quite a while, about 10 days or 12. And after the first week, we were very homesick. Terry had that drum. It was on a Sunday, and she sang and drummed for us, and it took our homesick away. So it's a very special spirit. And we, each year here in Oklahoma, where I'm from, we have an event we call Drums for Mother Earth. And we gather on Earth Day, and we drum all day, and we visit, and we have fellowship, and we pray for Mother Earth. The whole inspiration of having that event is because we were concerned about the future of Earth, our sacred mother, and the future of life on this planet. Because if we don't take care of our mother, the sacred Mother Earth, there will be no life on this planet for our future generations. So that's all I wanted to say, Cynthia. I hope that covered.
Yes, Sister Julie. Yes, Sister Julie, I love you so much. Our friendship and our mission and calling has matured today because we have been reaching for this to happen so long. And this is the time, this is our time. And thank you as a network that we belong to. So I am at a loss for words right now. Yesterday when we're doing the last session, my daughter who was speaking some of these deep things, she said, "Ma, you were crying." I said out of joy, not stress, distress, nor anything, just joyful that we are in this sacred circle. So yes. I will just need to ask Egbert to summarize and take questions before we move into Dr. Barnett. If there are any questions or if there are any comments. Thank you so much, sister.
Sister Julie.
Love you so much.
Thank you, Cynthia, Sister Julie. I was enjoying everything. I was spellbound. I was intent on trying to jot down every word you say. I am so pleased to meet you. I want to give this up to the ancestors to continue to bless us.
Yes.
As we go through this journey, sometimes alone.
Mm-hmm.
But we know many times that we are not alone. So we will continue this discussion. I'm inviting you to, I took on this responsibility 6 months ago, not knowing how huge the task would be to declare, because this is how things have to happen sometimes. We just have to say it. We are the Garifuna Nation. We are not just some dance committee or some group over there, and that, you know, we are not just that. We are deeper. We are a nation. Our ancestors had civilizations, and so much was taken. Now we want it all back, and we are united in the struggle. We will continue the discussion. Julie, I'm happy to meet you today, and this was powerful. I have to take it in stride, so I'll pass on the mic to others who might want to interject for the other speaker, have comments, questions for Julie. Julie, now we are welded at the arms, and I embrace you.
Good morning. I have a question. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, Dr. Aurelia.
Oh, no. Ms. Okunciende, I hope I pronounced that correctly, had a question, and with much respect, I'll let her go first.
Okay, sister.
Thank
Sister
you.
Lydia, yes.
Thank you so much. Sister Julie, we are simply one soul. The connection with ancestors and the spirituality and the praying, the connection with the drums. We Garifuna also are connected with the drums. And we always say that without the drums, we do not have a voice. We do not exist. That it is through the drums that we speak. And for you to acknowledge and validate that is part of the essence of the Cherokee is more than I can breathe with as well. And I thank you for reminding us about the depth of the spirituality and the prayers and the depth of the voice of the drums for us as well, because it continues to validate that which we use as paths to being, to becoming, and to returning, as Brother Egbert says, to who we are. Thank you.
Sister Cynthia, just want to acknowledge the presence of Sister Yamin Ang and ask if it would be appropriate for her to bring greetings now, as I think her greetings were intended to be accompanied by the drums.
Yes, please, let's do that now. We were waiting with bated breath. Please do so, Sister Ang, as we are moving in this divine flow.
Okay. Greetings, one and all, from the beautiful island of Jamaica. I am Nana Yamin, also known as Hazel Williams Vaz. I'm a retired community development practitioner, and I'm a founder member of a women's support group called Sisters of the Ankh. Now, I am just sitting here and my whole body is just vibrating. So I'm going to bring my greetings in my own special way. Whatever I say, please join me and say, mm-hmm. Can you say that? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It goes like this. I'll do the song, then I'll come in with the drum. Women were powerful, mm-hmm. Women powerful, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Women were powerful, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Minute of the day, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hour of the day, mm-hmm. Every month of the year, mm-hmm. Powerful, mm-hmm. Powerful, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You still hear her?
what time has come. Oh, what time has come.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Let us unite in peace and in love. Aya Okensende, I see you got your drum, my sister. Whoa.
Yes, my sister. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, beautiful, beautiful sisters. Beautiful celebration of who we are as in the sacred circle of Indigenous men and women around the world, touching Central America, South America, Africa, Europe, North America, Central America again, and our beautiful Caribbean jewel islands in the basin and in the heart. Sister Julie, just want to thank you so much for sharing, for being at oneness with us. And also we will continue. This is beyond the conference. This is a movement. This is our time. Our time has come where we are reaching out, touching in the sacred circle of connecting this love chain for one another, that began long before. So I will ask Sister Barnett to prepare to continue. Sister Julie, please do not go anywhere. We would like for you to be interviewed, and any of the sisters who would like to be interviewed by the podcast, the Real Stuff podcast, please message and let us know. And so if there are no questions, are there any questions of this time? And please take this time. We have a few minutes left before Sister Carla comes on. Those who can read the chat, Egbert, any of my team, our team, can we have the space to include your participation.
Sure. Thank you, Cynthia. I'm very, Black, beautiful woman.
Yes.
And part of the history that is coming to me is, our women were warriors, And so how do we refer to our women warriors, colonel, brigadier, chiefess? I need the terms. I'm also being educated. Yeah, we were warriors, from Harriet Tubman to the sisters in Jamaica, Maroon, warrior woman. And in the Garifuna culture, we had Bauda and Gulisi. So we need to share that history some more. We need to share it.
Right.
Leslie Swazo had her hand up. Yes, Leslie.
Good afternoon.
Tell us where you're coming from, who you are.
Buiti, Laraba Chuveyu. I am from Honduras, Indura na Nuguya, Baraya Lagaida, Meriga Neredera, Agumbia Halumuti Nagie, Ibiri Pablo Blanco, Lungawara La, Nagambu ni Sundu Mura Gamba Nali Bahumagia. I'm not sure if I can speak in Garifuna, because I know that we have other peoples that probably doesn't understand our language, but
please speak in Garifuna.
Garifuna Dual.
Please in Garifuna, and Pablo will translate.
Garifuna Dual means that we do have to practice our language as well. And then that's the thing about me, that because I speak English, Garifuna, and Spanish, so sometimes I cannot hold the conversation in only one language. But I will try.
Beautiful.
Luro Hadina Nyahu Merigo, but memegi Ondura na way the lao Dice do irumo ligeni abi nyaho lagay da merigen. Ba nahagwa lunga wara la na dumo hani vereno lunga wara la mabule do wamani. Eremu lumuti buga aba ibiri murusu lidage. Uya no le darina guagia. Gunda tinage logo sule agamba nali bay ugunye logo sunkate le la dago bay Garifuna nation no lida damuri lugawara meme la vidi wabaro ogun ehe numuti gie awaha gwala lida saragu wadagu manuluma saragu againda buni kego bege buga againda buwiri rigu lugawara la wachilu le nyine lubay chilu dola i masu gidu. Pero sarime wanya hon hahari wa gubri lu hichuguni inebe sile lu hichuguni era ile won lu meme wasigiri wa baru wa suanda meme gi nerede no hagana wa wagigi ya la duga hisia habuti hisia ti na gaira no hisia tigie ni rasa no kai abagirigia Garifuna lida Garifuna do Garifuna nation Chuluhali ora luga wara lage ni di lida damuri gole aduga hamali be ya meriga hada bi hibiri duhe Yohana dagi me banya hama. Entonces hisi titi nuluniabi luna gamba haluge na fuende hamuge ha subusi habuba ya giba tilida warasa dabuga tilele remu hambani hibiri le remu le la duga ni giriga le uma boy na derege kuwa nungwa likia remu hambani remu le. Entonces busile naga tilunichi kumurusu lao kele lamu ya amro labu nagana ni leremo ni buibi le.
Yes.
Ni helo motigo wachilu gari na guagia ae gari na guagia gari na guagia mabulai dawa maiti ya wana sinyo wawa ae mabulai dawa mae mai gua dalati vere wabaru ogo meme wama sari me lo damurigo lige gunye luga bara la na fane hani huma warale na sigi ya meme gia gamba ha sigi meme namu gagia lunga wara la lulido no funende kumagi itara library go sari me
sereme Pablo you want to translate briefly?
Sure. So, Cousin Lindsay, she's from two Garifuna communities in Honduras, Aguan, which is my community, and San Juan, which are two communities that are very much big into Garifuna in Honduras, amongst the other communities. But those two communities in particular are very big. But she basically said that she's been here for 17 years in America. She spent half of her life in Honduras and the remaining 17 here in America. She would like to hear more Garifuna during our conversations moving forward. And she basically wants to see us unite as one. And she's happy to be in this conversation with us. I would also like to acknowledge
beautiful
Paula Morales,
so we
Brother Roberts,
questions and comments.
And I think I see Sister Lucette King, who I believe is from Uruming. She's joining us today as well. Sorry about that, Cynthia.
Thank you. I want to also thank Sister Bianc, Sister of Bianc, my Sisterhood Circle, for that rendition. Very beautiful, sister. You are reinforcing to me that we members, the executive members of Garifuna Nation, have to come to Jamaica. I was talking to the other sisters. Say yes, my brother Pablo, the sisters are organizing this conference, but we're going with them to Jamaica very soon, right? And do some grounding, with our brothers Maroons in Jamaica, and share those histories of resistance, Yes, we got to share them, do some grounding in Jamaica. We're coming, and I'm serious about it.
We can go to the Cherokee Nation to Egbert, go to the Sweat Lodge and enjoy and learn from them as well. The circle is powerful.
Well, you know what I'm seeing here now?
Powerful.
I'm seeing an indigenous tourism. We're touring ourselves for ourselves.
I have a question for Julie Moss.
I think she's still here.
Yes.
She's still here. Go ahead.
She referred to New Mexico being the capital of the drums for the indigenous nations. Is there a particular festival that takes place yearly in which all the nations come together and celebrate their respective communities? Or is that just for the Cherokee community?
Actually, most of the tribes have festivals every year. They have annual festivals, each of them, around the country, wherever they are. And there are some, the place that I referred to was Taos, New Mexico, and there are tribes out there, mainly the Pueblo, I think. But that whole community out there, that whole town is full of drum makers. And I never knew that until I went there. And you can go to any building and in town or business, and there's drums hanging everywhere or sitting everywhere. And you know, the poem that I read, The Honor This Drum, I don't remember if Cynthia was there, but we went to Taos and had a gathering there with our Rural Leadership Network one time. And Terry was with me that time, and she had her drum. And so to the board of directors, I read the poem, and Terry had the drum, and she was beating the drum softly as I was reading the poem. And there was a huge drum sitting in that room, because we were in Taos, of course, where the drum makers are. And there was a Chippewa Indian man in the room, in the back of the room, which I didn't know he was there. The Chippewas the Chippewas. They are huge drum people. And they build houses for their drums, traditional houses. It's just for their drums. Anyway, he was there, and after we finished reading that poem, he struck that giant drum so loud that people nearly fell out of their chairs. But then he came and he visited us because he was so thrilled that we honored the drum in his presence because his tribe, they are such huge drum people. But anyway, I won't go on further. I just wanted to tell you that little story.
Julie, can you just say a little bit about the Rural Development Leadership Network? As I don't know if you're going to continue time with us, but Dr. Barnett is going to speak to how we can network and be together.
Yeah, the Rural Development Leadership Network is how Cynthia and I both gained our master's degrees. And what they do is they network with rural communities, small rural communities around the country and in other countries too. And they help to credential community organizers so that they create these partnerships with universities and colleges in this country. And then they help us to receive our degrees so that we can go back and help our communities and our people. It's just wonderful because they not only network with everybody, you network with everybody around the country. That's how Cynthia and I met. We were roommates when we were studying for our master's degree in Sacramento at the University of Cal Davis. And we've been friends ever since, forever best friends. So it's a wonderful program.
Yes, we have.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. And what we have done is that we look out for each other wherever there are opportunities. Like that's how we got to know about the Kellogg Foundation and these different entities. We make sure that we share extensively with each other and support and encourage each other, not just professionally, also personally, when we are feeling down and discouraged and out.
Yes.
We pray for each other. If we are feeling really, really, really anxious and uncertain, we reach out to each other for years, right, Julie? For years.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Years, and lift each other up. And this is a very important part that I think we need to share, Julie, because it just didn't happen. Julie has never visited Belize. Hello. So we are looking forward to that. But I have visited her home in Oklahoma, and this is one of the possibilities that we bring into the space of sharing. I'm not saying thank God for COVID, but certainly COVID has given us the opportunity to push ourselves in innovative and creative ways to do things very differently and to really tap into the power of that intentionality of who we are as Indigenous people. So we are coming to Oklahoma, Julie, right? I just am so thankful for you. And please stay as long as you can in this space. I know you're at work and you are. Thank you just for taking the time out of that space to be with us. If there are no questions or further comments, I would like us to prepare for Dr. Carla Barnett. That's the next session. Maybe take our time check. We are beyond the time now. Carla, are you there? Are we ready?
Yeah,
I am right here.
Okay, excellent.
I just need to be given the ability to share my screen, but this conversation I'm having is just so wonderful. I don't want to interrupt it at all.
Yeah, I give you a co-host privilege now, Dr. Carla.
Okay, excellent.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hazel and Dr. Julie Moss.
Okay, I don't know if my screen is being shared. Is it being shared?
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is.
All right. Okay. Good morning, everyone again. Cynthia, we've been having discussions on a variety of issues for a long time. And one of the things that Cynthia asked me to do as a sort of resource person is to help to put through some thoughts on engaging the community and visioning and that sort of thing, simply because of some of the work that I've done in the past. The interesting thing is that I did a little presentation that I sent to her last night entitled Community Engagement. And then I saw the program, and the program instead spoke to Garifuna women face the commanding heights of sustainable development. So it's my presentation was to be sort of narrow, but it's being placed in the larger context. And so I thought it would be useful for me to insert another couple of slides. It's not a long presentation, it's 10 slides in all that I want to speak to. And so I want to define, first of all, what commanding heights means, because those of you who did economics in the old days, like myself in the Caribbean, would have heard the phraseology commanding heights, but it is not something that we talk about so much, but we cannot forget what it means. The commanding heights, in fact, are places of economic and social power. That's what it is. And the commanding heights of our economy and our society is the result of colonization. It is the result of race-based misogynistic development policy and processes that determined how we develop. And the other thing that I want to define from the title is what sustainable development means. And so I'll give it my own definition. I won't try to give the standard IFI definition of sustainable development. And for me, Sustainable development is a social and economic growth that can continue for future generations because it doesn't know the basis of social and economic reproduction. And when we're talking about social and reproductive and economic reproduction, we're not talking about the environment, which is what a lot of people assume, that it is only the environment when we talk about sustainable development. But we're talking about livelihoods, we're talking about culture and cultural practices, we're talking about all of those things. We're talking about telling the historical devaluation of everything that is non-European, because we know that the history that we learn, many of us did history in school, we learned European history, and they told the stories of our countries, and for many of us, we started to learn history of our own countries, beginning with colonialism. What went before was not important because we weren't telling our own history ourselves. It was the colonizers who told the history. So we have to also tell our own stories and make sure our own historical processes are counted into the history of our societies, which positions us for the future. So I want to say that in considering this process, there are certain questions that Garifuna Nation is going to be asked all the time, and certain considerations that we have to take into account. So Garifuna Nation has to understand where Garifuna are. And I'm not only talking about a physical location, but I'm talking about that spiritual location, that cultural location. It's important to understand where you are in order to understand how to get where you want to go. We have to understand where Garifuna women are, because we're talking about the role and the growth of Garifuna women in the context of this economic positions that we are. We want to define overall where Garifuna people want to go. We need to create strategies that build community. And what do we mean by that? A community that is strong on the ground, meaning that you know what you are on the ground, what you stand for, and what you want to be. And a leadership of the nation that is grounded on the needs and aspirations of the community on the ground. So there are two aspects: strong leadership and strong community that needs to be considered as you move ahead. And I want to posit that Garifuna Nation, as we've been talking about it, is not a maker of the Garifuna vision, but a facilitator, a thought leader, a teacher, community builder that brings out the vision of the community itself. Because it is growing out of the community on the ground. It is rooted in the reality of the Garifuna community on the ground. And so the idea that I want to put on the table is that Garifuna Nation is a concept. It is growing organically. It is being presented through these conferences and through the ongoing work of Garifuna Nation leaders. And it is taking root in the conscience of Garifuna people that participate in and are within active reach of Cynthia and Egbert and the other leaders of Garifuna Nation. I want to posit that Garifuna Nation in many respects is already evolving a common vision to guide the long-term development goals and objectives for the Garifuna Nation, and to guide the action of Garifuna people to build Garifuna Nation wherever they may be. So it's not located in Belize or in any particular place. It's located wherever Garifuna people are. And I want to suggest that how this vision is presented is important because it needs to ensure that Garifuna communities, Garifuna the stakeholders, the women, men, children feel that they are a part of, can grow with, and can contribute to Garifuna Nation in order for it to be strong on the ground. So I think I went a little bit, no, I'm doing okay. So I want to say what the specific questions are that Garifuna Nation will be asked as you proceed in this process that you've already begun. And I know that some of these questions have already been asked and are constantly being asked. What is Garifuna Nation? What does it mean? What does it represent and stand for? To whom does it represent this? What is your audience? How do you get your audience involved? How is this vision shared across Garifuna Nation? And how is Garifuna Nation engaged and focused on building Garifuna Nation? Answering these kinds of questions, I want to suggest to you, will help to clarify the vision that you are already creating, and a vision that will lead to a focus on community engagement. And the answers to these questions are important to long-term viability of this process. You have to be considering your role, process, your vision in order to ensure that you are in a position to keep this unity growing, keep this nation growing, in order to ensure the long-term viability, the intergenerational processes, whatever form of terminology you want to use. It's important to consider all of this in order to ensure the long-term viability of this nation-building process. And what I want to suggest as well is that Garifuna Nation should be consulting a broad range of stakeholders. Now, I know you already are, so I'm stating the obvious. You're consulting Garifuna, non-Garifuna, indigenous organizations. You are consulting and operating in rural and urban communities, in traditional Garifuna villages and settlements, universities and colleges, advocacy groups. You have to be sure to include NGO groupings and organizations, youth group, women's group, environment organizations. It's important to keep track and engage with government agencies for data collection and to have official discussions where you may need input. One of the important things that I hear from time to time is the discussion about land, and I've made certain suggestions in the past about needing to engage from a legal process as well. Other organizations such as political parties, labor organizations, business sector organizations, and as you strategize and think this through, there are other organizations at home and abroad, wherever Garifuna Nation is, that you will know that you have to be consulting with. And in terms of an engagement process, there is a need for constant communication, such as has already started with these conferences, community meetings. Once COVID is under control, this is an opportunity that will grow even more. Meeting with stakeholders at their level, because not everyone can come to conferences. And consider the basics when you're consulting with people, things like time. Make sure that it's at a time when people can make themselves available, because people might not be available at the time you are. The language, make sure, and here I'm not talking about Garifuna or English only, or Creole or whatever. I'm talking about where the language is placed as well. You have to speak in terms of the language of the people you are communicating with. So when you're meeting with young people, very young people, you're going to be speaking in a different way than when you're speaking with an older person. And food is always important. Food is important not only because people have to eat, but in our various cultures, we have a way of using food as a way to relate with one another and to build camaraderie and communication processes around. And I cannot emphasize how important it is to keep records. We tend to be an oral history peoples in Belize, but we want to be keeping records of all meetings so that whenever you meet with young people and they say, this is what's important to us, you make a record of it with women, with farmers, with whomever you're meeting. Because it's going to be important to input all of that whenever you're writing up plans, programs, when you're mobilizing resources, that sort of thing. And always communicate back and forth and keep the conversation alive, because networking communication is really important to keeping the community engaged in a process. What do you need from the people with whom you're communicating? I want to suggest you need information on the status of Garifuna communities. We speak all the time about how things are, but we don't have a set of data, or the data that is produced officially does not accord with what we may know to be the case. And so we need to understand the status of Garifuna communities on the ground, critical issues of land, labor and wages, livelihoods, how people make their living, business opportunities, family status of the family, crime and violence, education, all of those things. And because we're speaking particularly of women, we want to understand the particular situation of Garifuna women. And we want to know from the people with who we communicate, what is your vision of the Garifuna nation in Belize in the next 10 years or the next 20 years? Where will the culture be? Language, music, religion, other cultural practices? What will be economic base? What will be how does it fit into society? How does the nation enjoy a sustainable livelihood? What is the status of crime and violence? All of those things. What is your vision for what a nation in Belize in the next 10 years will look like? And again, I keep emphasizing record keeping, all meetings. I say this over and over again because we want to be sure that we're keeping our records and can refer to them, and so future generations can also see what we're doing. What else do you need? Your group, you will ask your people in the community, how does your group fit into this vision that you have? How do you as an individual fit into this vision? What needs to be done to place Garifuna Nation in Belize on track to achieving this vision? How does Garifuna Nation across the globe fit? And again, I emphasize record keeping, not only to make sure that you are planning in the context of what people are saying, but also for future generations. And the next step, you are building a leadership team with live and organic links into the Garifuna Nation on the ground. What does this mean? It means you're building community level teams and creating networks. You're strengthening links within Belize and across the globe. And I say all these things because you're doing them, but you have to always continue to do them. You need to ensure that media and communications work within and between all the groups that you talk with. You need to take stock from time to time to ensure that all who want to be and all who need to be consulted are included in your conversations, and bring in more, as many as possible. Garifuna intellectuals, lawyers, teachers, academics, doctors, resource mobilizers, economists, planners, businesses in Belize and abroad. And I finish with this, record keeping. Because in all this, her story, the story of Garifuna women, and her space in Garifuna Nation and in Belize is being created and protected. And so I say to you that this is not the end, this is just the beginning, that there's a lot of work to be done to build Garifuna Nation on the ground. So thank you very much for the opportunity, Cynthia. You know that you and I go way back as sisters, so it's always my pleasure to help wherever I can. Thank you very much.
Thank you too, Dr. Carla Barnett, for that inspiring PowerPoint.
Okay, I stopped screen sharing and I've handed it back, right?
Yes, all is good.
All right, thank you. Good. And I put on my video so people could see that it's me talking.
Okay. Yeah, so maybe there are people might want to ask some questions, make some interjections. James Lovell, how are we doing with time? So I think we have about 21 more minutes before you, James.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, good. Any questions for Dr. Barnett? Anybody? Any observations? Yes, go ahead, Sister Lydia. You have to unmute.
Dr. Barnett, thank you very much. You've given us your working papers, our working papers, and those are essential to our own vision and to where we are and where we may be going or not going. But it's a working paper. And Brother Egbert, I am hoping that you recorded this so that we have this in actual black and white, and that we can use this also as our skeleton to proceed with the planning and with the formulation of what I would call a thesis in order to build what we are going to create. But we need this kind of convergence of ideas. And as you said, Dr. Barnett, record keeping, record keeping, record keeping. We cannot depend, should not even try to depend on memory or, oh, what did I hear? What did they say? We need to be very focused on how we carry and move on. Thank you again.
Yes.
You're very welcome. And I had given Cynthia an earlier version of this. I will give her the updated version so that you will have the file along with the recording for your records, no?
Yes, sister.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was very important to make the point about record keeping, so that we could always go to Dr. Carla Barnett's like our checklist, no? So we'll come back and give us and give you as a formal report card, Dr. Barnett.
All right.
I was taking notes. Especially on the idea of being engaged and focused.
Yes.
So as we are not distracted by and being reactive to certain things.
That is indeed very important, Egbert. Very important, because if you know what your objective is, it is much more difficult for people to move you away from your process.
Yes. And I also took note of the legal the request to have relationship, the legal studies department, if you will, or the attorneys, because we do need them in terms of, wading through this difficult assignment. And so I did take note of that. As a matter of fact, Sister Lydia is here and she's advising us on how we could go about getting some legal collaboration.
Right.
Sure. Any other? Thank you again. Thank you very much.
No
Dr.
problem
Carla.
at all. Call on me anytime. I listen.
Good. And you'll respond appropriately to at the right time. Any comments? Any other questions from the audience here? Brother Pablo? Now, I want to see how much time we have and who is next on the program. Let me just check that so we could move along.
I'm so sorry. I'm in like another call. What was that you asked, Egbert?
Yeah, I wanted to see how we are doing with time so the other person on the program would come on. But I think we still have time. I think we have about 15 more minutes if anybody wants to make any interjection.
Okay, we have 15 minutes till lunch.
Ask you to. Okay, I'll ask you to unmute yourself, Pablo, because I just did something wrong.
Yeah, we have 15 minutes till lunch.
Okay, so I want to tell the audience that something is happening in Urume. That would be on the Friday and Saturday, I think, and you are welcome to keep abreast with the 8th International Garifuna Conference in Urume. I hope they would have it in Facebook so other people would see it, and people from the Garifuna Nation will be there. The executive will be there making a presentation too. And in April, Pablo Blanco, who is on the executive of the Garifuna Nation, he and we are organizing to do more consultation work, Dr. Barnett, in Honduras. I think that many of us are aware that there's so much happening in Honduras, some horrendous things are happening in our communities in Honduras. And so we want to take the Garifuna Nation virtually so that we could hear the voices of the people in the 4 communities. And Pablo, you want to give our audience a little synopsis on that?
On what's going on in Honduras?
What we plan to do, and why we want to do it, and when we want to do it.
Oh, okay. So we're gonna arrange I'm currently tightening up the agenda for Honduras. So it's gonna be a 2-day conference on April 10th and 11th. And it's basically to draw more attention to the ongoing genocide that's happening in Honduras regarding our land struggle. There are 4 communities that are targeted, really all 50, but these 4, 5 communities that we're looking at have had some persons that have been assassinated because of their leadership and just persecuted for protesting or speaking out in regards to our land issue. So these 4 communities are Limon, Aguan.
Pablo, I'm getting some feedback from you. Could you lower something there? I'm getting some feedback.
Okay, I'm using the headset. What about now?
Yeah, it's still there.
Okay. So the 5 communities is Limon, Santa Rosa de Aguan, Triunfo de la Cruz, Mascar, and Trujillo. All have land issues. And the persons that are involved with those land issues are constantly being harassed by the government and the state police. The situation in Honduras is quite dynamic because there are drug traffickers that are involved as well, and they play a role along with the government in oppressing us and keeping us subjugated. So I'm being very careful on who I get to participate in this particular conference because its situation is pretty delicate. So that's going to be April 10th to 11th. We're trying to engage with the congressmen and women here in America so they could be part of this dialogue. And we're trying to contact them now. We're going to have the participation of certain persons from the African American community that are sympathetic to our struggle as well, such as Danny. This just goes to show the atrocities or the commonality of the atrocities that's been committed against Black people in Latin America and worldwide. I think that
Pablo, could you tell them recently the 2 women who are arrested, and before that somebody got assassinated, and but meanwhile you're collecting your thoughts, Pablo. I also wanted to use this time to inform the audience here of there are over 50 Garifuna communities in Honduras, over 50, all right? And the Garifuna Nation, the people usually are on the coast. So there are over 50 coastal villages in Honduras that the government and a few other, notorious individuals are trying to take away from us, and they're actually killing. And from my look at it, most of the killing or the murders are women. Right, Pablo?
That is correct. That is correct. There's a community, Masca in particular, in which they killed 2 women that were part of the community council. They killed about 5 persons in Masca that were part of this land struggle in total. So women, this Honduras has a feminicide issue. That's a countrywide issue overall. But our women are targeted heavily because 1, we're indigenous, and 2, we're Africans. So this stems from the 2 court cases that were won by Triunfo de la Cruz and Punta Piedra, in which the government of Honduras has to comply with the sentencing, and they haven't. It's been 5 years, and we have to have a serious discussion of how we're going to move forward, whether we want to entertain the idea of engaging with the Congress people here in America, or if we want to take the government of Honduras to the International Court, The Hague in the Netherlands. So that's something that we have to discuss internally as a nation. The virtual conference is just to see where the persons are on the ground over there, to see how they're dealing with this constant attack on their bodies and the overall Garifuna community. We have people that were nearly assassinated, as in Cecil Guillen and Omar Suazo, who spent close to a year in jail. He nearly died in jail for a bogus charge. So these are some of the issues that we have in Honduras, and we're looking for the support of the Garifuna Nation to help us overcome this assassination of the Garifuna community and the persons who advocate for justice in our name.
Thank you, Pablo. Thank you, Pablo. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any questions? So this is the Garifuna Nation. We do have a radio show every Sunday from 3 p.m. Pacific time. 3 p.m. Pacific time would be 6 p.m. Eastern time and 5 p.m. Belize time. We call on individuals to come and talk to us about ways we forward. And so everybody in this chat, in this Zoom link, will expect a follow-up call from me so that we could continue this dialogue and continue this conversation. James, are you ready?
Yeah.
All right. I want to hand it over to you for a musical interlude. Meanwhile, we organize on the other side. Over to you, James.
Okay.
You need host privileges?
Yes.
So I'll give you a co-host privilege. There you are. Thank you, Pablo, for giving us feedback on what's going on in Honduras. We are monitoring that situation very closely. As a matter of fact, I was heartened recently when 57 European countries wrote the president of Honduras and told the president of Honduras that they're watching and they are very unhappy with what is happening to our Garifuna people in Honduras. So that says a lot for the European Union to write the president of Honduras. So we have responded, and I'm inviting people here to keep encouraging us, pray for us, because this is all new territory. This is all new for us. How do we go to the European Union and navigate and demand some kind of follow-up with the president of Honduras to what he has done to our people. That is a task that we also have to fulfill in the very near future, to talk to the European Union. Just give me a thumbs up when you're ready there, James. You'll continue. I'll let Sister Lydia say something and then I'll let you come in. Go ahead, Sister Lydia.
Quick question, Egbert. Did I understand you to say that you and Pablo are traveling to Honduras?
No, virtually.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thanks.
You're welcome, Sister Lydia. Over to you now, James.
Okay. To all my listeners, I'm yours truly, James Lavelle, and my wife, Louisa Lavelle. We are going to be a host, a musical host for this hour. So you can take a break. You've been very patient listening, absorbing all these knowledge. So I want you to go, you can now go eat something, walk around, and then you can also listen to some Garifuna music while you're doing that. And with no further ado, the first song that we'll put out there is coming from Elodia Norberto. She's from Guatemala, and her song that she's gonna sing is Chuluhali Wadani. And she's basically talking about taking a letter, giving it to a friend so that she can give it to her child's father. And it goes like this. Okay, Chuluhali Wadani. And this next one that is going is going to be Nana Gumbe. And it's coming from Peter Poots Flores Yarage Dangriga. And it goes like this. Yes, Nana Gumbe, and that was Titiman Flores, Nana Gumbe. And this next song is entitled Hagong Mamanitu, and this is coming by way of Honduras, Nino Arzu.
Thank you.
Yes, that was Nino Arzu, coming from Honduras, by way of Honduras. Where is my mother? I want to see my mother. If you still have a mother, take care of her. That's basically what Nino Arzu was singing about. And this next song is entitled Maracas, Clave y Tambores. Maracas, Clave y Tambores. Drums, clave, and sisira. Sisira garaon luma wewe. It goes like this, Bodoma. Yes. Koropatia, Piamanadi. It's just like Charicanare, Yara Balisi, but it's also in Honduras, Guatemala, Koropatia, Piamanadi. That was Lugua Centino and the La Rubea drummers. The next song is Migirabana, Don't Leave Me, Migirabana. Yes. Aurelio Martinez, Migirabana Nabugua, Don't Leave Me Alone. My brother, I'm leaving. Nebugayagian, I'm leaving from here. I'm sick and tired of everything. Abatilagoro Wugile Wa. No, don't leave. That was Aurelia Martinez, Migi Rabana. The next is Andy Palacio, Miami. Yes. Andy Palacio, Miami. I am traveling to Miami. Is it Miami in the United States or that Garifuna village known as Miami in Honduras? I'm going to leave that to you. The next song is Aule, Cadu Nunez rendition. Yes, Aule, Gadu Nunes coming by way of Guatemala. I am the one, Nugele, Achugumanu, Mahagani Tree, Gobana. Gadu Nunes. The next song is Nati Maximo, Nuru. Yes. That was Nuru Ellis and Reckless Flores. Open the door, my brother. Open the door so that I can come and visit with you. Where is our legacy? Where is our legacy? I've only heard about it. Okay? I've only heard about it. Now, the next song is entitled Niro Higabunu. Niro Higabunu. And that is coming from Honduras with Brother Aurelio Martinez. Niro Higabunu. Yes, yes. Aurelia Martinez. My child, come to me. Where is your mother? She went to the farm to make a living for us. Where is your father? He's ashamed. It is his shame who will kill him because he's drunk. He's in the liquor room drinking. That's basically what Aurelia is singing in Nira Higabuno. This next song is entitled Faluma, coming via Andrew Parish Parshu. Kemo Lao. Yes, yes, Parish Parshu, Andrew Parish Parshu, Faluma, coconut. There's so much we can do with the coconut milk, bro. That's what we use to eat. That's what we use to drink. That's what we use to put in our food. Lusemeta, Waigun, Faluma. The next song is Gagamba Diba, Goes like this. Gagamba Diba, take advice, coming from Andy Palacio. My child, you are young. You have not grown up as yet. Listen to your mother when she speaks. There is so much to learn. Go to school and prepare for the future. That's coming from the late, great Andy Palacio. Gagamba Diba. Next song is Gumagarugu.
Hello, hello. This is the Garifuna Nation saying hello to everyone.
Yes, yes, yes. Shatuye, Shatuye, Gumagarugu, Gumagarugu. Shatuye is singing about going to the river every Saturday to wash his clothes, him and his wife. And he is so happy doing that. Gumagarugu, Yengsun Nigunda. That's where my happiness is. Shatuye. Now we're going to Yagane, Yagane. Yagane, my canoe, Andy Palacio, Paul Nabor, you know, two great Garifuna Parandero who has gone but not forgotten. I call on my boat, but my boat doesn't want to come to me. I call on my Lord, save me. I do not want to die in this lagoon. I have not said goodbye to my mother. That's Andy Palacio, Paul Nabor. Yagane. Now this next song is entitled Way You by Lloyd Augustine. Yes, Lloyd Augustine, I will sing about what I see in my community. You have 2 feet and 2 hands. Nothing should stop you from achieving your goal. Lloyd Augustine. Okay. That was coming from Libanya Marasa. This one is Yurume Georgette Lambe. Yurume, Georgette Lambe. Weibugaya, Afaya Hadina.
Okay.
Thank you, James. Thank you. That was super.
Okay, greetings.
People might want to ask you questions or the song, but I'll do that on the other end.
Okay.
Over to you, Cynthia.
Okay, wonderful. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you had a wonderful lunch and enjoy the beautiful Garifuna vibes, healing music. I am here in Paine, Punta Gorda. Just walked by the sea, by the ocean, and went into town for a little bit. I was not sure whether I should have conch soup or fish or whatever for those of you who are mouth-watering. So this afternoon, we're going to continue on a lovely journey. Egbert, could you kindly reach out to Dr. Curling? He was calling me just at the minute that I was signing in here. So please reach out to him and just let him in, okay, please?
I'm doing that right now.
So welcome everybody. Welcome our brothers and sisters of the Sacred Circle, the Maroons of Jamaica, Suriname, Canada, all over. This is such a beautiful, beautiful experience that we're having of just identifying with our love for one another and the journey of this movement. Before the Europeans came, we were present here. I will ask Nehanda to please convene along with me so I can deal with just a few housekeeping details. Kaina as well, you young people, you young women are the ones to lead this charge, so I am passing on the baton to you. The purpose of this journey is in the rites of passage to strengthen our families, heal our communities, and it's been a wonderful few days. I really appreciated Sister Julie from the Cherokee Nation sharing with us about the financial aspects of Indigenous people, the Grameen Bank. It was so beautiful. Dr. Carla was just like the icing on the cake, and we are the cake. So I'm going to ask for a little excuse here. Nehanda, please take over. I'm asking my friend, my beautiful sister, Umida Switlow from Canada, who is hosting us. She's, they call her the turmeric or ginger lady. And one of these days, we're going to hear from her about that business initiative that she's taking and has been really successfully running here. Is Dr. Curlin on? Is he here?
Can you hear
Wonderful, Dr. Curlin. Greetings to you. Oh my goodness. It's because of you we're having this conversation and we're on this journey.
We can hear you.
Dr. Curlin, you are the one who have us on this journey. I'll take off my video for a while because that makes the communication stronger.
Okay, it's better.
And I'll get better screen in a little while. So
Dr.
yes,
Curling is here. Dr. Curling is here. He's Dr. Curling.
Okay, Dr. Curlin, we'll give you a chance, but I'll talk about you for a little bit. Dr. Curlin has this vision and this dream. He's in Canada. He is the first Black Assembly statesperson in Toronto, Canada. So we're very excited when we have these people like ours who break through the glass ceiling and present themselves in these cultures. And the last time we had Mr. David Clark, who was the only Black man at the Royal Palace in England. So some of us do manage to navigate these systems somehow. So I would like to, at this time, Nehanda, are you there? Is Nehanda, Kaina? I'm going to take time to go on a larger screen so I can see everyone. But anyway, even if you're not there, Miss Jane, you are there, right? Jane Bennett?
Yes, she is.
Please answer. And yes, also,
hello. Hi, Cynthia.
Carol Miller.
Here.
Yes, Sister Cynthia. And I would like
okay, anyone that we need to present here, Sister Carol?
Yes, could you allow me a brief word, Sister Cynthia?
Yes, please. I'll give you a brief moment.
I just want to apologize for the absence of Elder Nanike, who was on the program for this afternoon. Elder Nanike had a little bit of a greeting with one of our insect relatives this morning. And so she has a swollen face and can hardly see from one eye as a result of that greeting. And so she's not able to join us today. She sent her apologies. So we sent healing
Sister, well,
to her.
She's here in spirit. She's here in spirit, you know.
Here in spirit. She was so very excited to come on.
Mm-hmm. Well, everything is in divine order, and you know, it's all good. So at this point, I would like to welcome and introduce Sister Jane Bennett. We want to make space. Hello. We want to make space for conversation, for dialogue, how we're learning from each other. And this particular session, our focus is going to be on where do we go from here and some of the tangible ways in which we can be practical on the ground, because it's one thing to say that we are a gift to humanity, and then when we are experiencing our lives in our communities, it's a different reality. So Ms. Jane previously was the head or director of the University of the West Indies campus or open campus based in Belize City. And she has had extensive experience with UNICEF and many such agencies. However, she likes to refer to herself as a Southside girl, Belize City. So I will ask you, Ms. Jane, if you can just proceed so we can continue this interactive flow. Jane Bennett, friend, sister, honorary Garifuna.
What an introduction. Thank you, Cynthia, but it's true. So can I proceed, Cynthia?
Please go ahead and speak.
Okay.
Egbert, just stay with us for a bit while I get on a bigger screen, please. So I'll have Egbert. Okay, all right. It's not working. So please, let's go ahead, Ms. Jane.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. One and all, participating from all over the world. Myself, I'm here in New Jersey, USA, but very happy once again. Thank you, Cynthia and Egbert, for inviting me to be a part of this movement. I'm very honored and privileged to be able to do so. And I'm going to also take off, I think you guys have seen my face, so I will now take off my video for better technology for everyone, okay? Is that all right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So again, very happy to be here, and I want to also acknowledge the presence of a fellow Belizean who I invited very last minute, but she wanted to be here. So some of you may know Reverend Ilona Smiling, and she is on the session this afternoon, and I know you all will welcome her as I welcome you, Reverend Ilona. Thank you for accepting my last minute invitation and for being here. So let me just jump in, and after Cynthia's introduction, I wanted to really big up, as we say, Cynthia, Egbert, and their team, and all of the participants who have presented and just, you know, listening and interacting. I have given Cynthia feedback from time to time. I'm totally amazed and mesmerized by all of the stories that I've heard. I kind of, I'm a Garifuna by osmosis, but as I told Cynthia today, who knows, I may have that in my blood as well. I'm a Creole girl, but I have a grandfather, my maternal grandfather came from Honduras, and who knows where he fits in this whole scheme of things. But I wanted to say that I'm a firm believer that we are all one people under God's sky. And that's why I've lived my life with a mother who taught me the golden rule and who welcomed everyone and anyone into our homes. And so I had the privilege of going to high school with a couple of Garifuna young ladies, and that's why I know I'm Garifuna by osmosis, because I thought I knew a lot about the Garifuna nation, but every time I come on these sessions, I keep learning more and more, and the stories are so powerful, and they're very similar, because like today I heard somebody talked about, you know, their yard having, they were raising chickens and ducks and whatever. I had that in my yard too. On the south side of Belize City, my mom had a fowl cub, as we call it. The other thing that I could relate to in a presentation this morning was the Garifuna people coming to Belize City selling mangoes. And that was something that we look forward to have our number 11 mango. There's nothing like it, you know? And so I start my introduction by saying we are one people, again, under God's skies, and whatever in the ethnic group we come from, it really, at the end of the day, doesn't matter. We're all one people. And having said that, my topic for today that was assigned to me, thank you, Cynthia, is celebration of Garifuna legacy of sustainable resilience. And my topic is not as directly connected as one may think to this topic, but as we go through the presentation, I hope that the connection will be very clear. So again, I am very happy to be here. And I want to celebrate, especially during this month of Women's Celebration, women from the Garifuna Nation who have and who continue to contribute to informal education in our country. It's been mentioned during these sessions before that a lot of our teachers in our education system in Belize came from and continue to come from the Garifuna Nation. And so when I first did this presentation, I made sure that I made it very clear that we're celebrating women and Garifuna women in particular in various aspects of their roles. But it stood out for me when I did my research and with the things I know, that the Garifuna woman is definitely the CEO of the family. They manage the household. In other words, as we would say, they run things, right? And why do I say that? Well, just take a walk through your minds or your experience on how a Garifuna home is run. And I'm sure today it's pretty much the same thing, where it's the woman that handles the cooking using homemade tools, right? The relationship that women have, Garifuna women in particular, with their plants that they use for food and for medicine, right? Making of the cassava bread. I am coining something that Cynthia said to me way back when, that it's the scientific genius of the women that allowed them to make cassava bread, because they didn't go to school for that, I'm pretty sure. And so another outstanding contribution of Garifuna women to the Belize society is their midwifery. They were and still are midwives. I think Cynthia was hanging out and staying with a lady in, I think it's Hopkins, if I'm not mistaken, who had delivered 800 babies. Now, that's not something to sneeze at. So again, looking at the contribution of the Garifuna woman in our society, but in particular in your community, has to be celebrated, and that's what we're doing here now. Are you guys seeing my screen, by the way? Pablo, Egbert, anyone?
No, I'm not seeing a screen. Let me give you, I've given you co-host privilege, so you should be able to do what you want.
Let me see if I can do this.
Yeah, go to share at the bottom.
Yeah. I'm not seeing that though on my screen, and I should be.
Yeah, you should. You got co-host privilege.
Yeah, but I'm not seeing that. I have some notes at the bottom of my screen, and I'm not. I think I sent the email though. Maybe Pablo can bring it up for us.
You sent it to Garifuna Nation email? Or?
I sent it to you, and I sent it to Cynthia actually. And I don't know why I'm not seeing sharing on my screen though. Okay, it should have been here.
Let me look for it.
Okay, so while you're looking, in the interest of time, Egbert, I'm going to just continue speaking, okay?
Okay.
So again, I, being an educator, that's my portfolio, if you will, I wanted to talk about informal education, of which I have been a major part in the past, almost 2 decades, and look at the, so let me talk about formal education first, and then look at informal education, which I think many of us, in fact, I know that each of us on this session can relate to informal education, and I will prove it as I speak. And so when we talk about formal education, which most of us tend to focus on and have participated in, we're talking about learning that happens within the confines of 4 walls. And so I'll refer to the movement that we're a part of, where we're talking about a university without walls. And so contrary to formal education, there will be, I shouldn't say contrary, but the focus would be on learning where you are, as opposed to just in a formal setting of the formal education system that we all know about. And so having said that, then, what do we mean when we talk about informal education, right? Well, let's think about it. And again, I challenge you at the beginning that each and every one of us have participated in informal education. Just go back to your childhood and walk with me down that path. Where did you first learn your ABCs? Where did we learn our ABCs? Where did we learn to count? Where did we learn about colors? Where did we learn about shapes and how to socialize and so on and so forth? How to play. We learned it at home, right? Were our mothers, fathers, aunties, neighbors formal educators? Did they go to school to study to be a teacher? Absolutely not, in most cases. And so the learning started in an informal setting within our homes, right? And then we build on that when we got into the formal system. And I think one of the reasons Cynthia asked me to present on this more than once is that I want people to feel comfortable within themselves who did not get an opportunity to go to a formal education institution, to people who didn't want to do that but have made a livelihood for themselves, which validates the fact that informal education is happening in our lives every day. And by definition, it is the wise, respectful, and spontaneous process of helping people to learn. And again, we've done that all our lives, but we never validated it. I heard one of the speakers, I think over this weekend, and perhaps yesterday, talked about the ways of knowing. And this is one of the legacies that we pass along to each other from our grandmothers and other elders, is they pass along to us the ways of knowing how to do this, how to cook, how to clean, you know, how to approach certain challenges in life. And so we need to value these things as we go throughout our journey, because it has influenced us in many ways that we have not had the time or the time out, if you will, to sit back and reflect on these things, right? I want to focus on, and Egbert, I guess you're still not showing the presentation, but that's fine. One of the other things that has fascinated me, and I want to give credence again to the Garifuna woman, is your fascinating dresses that you wear. And you see them in all kinds of colors and shapes and so on. And again, did the Garifuna woman on the major part, if at all, go into a classroom or a four-wall situation to learn how to make these dresses? Maybe, but maybe for the better part, no. So I just wanted to use those illustrations to carry home the message that the informal knowledge that we share every day is something that we can call upon. The Garifuna woman can call upon, this movement can call upon to validate what we learned, where we learned it, and how we have built upon that through the formal system to, for some of us, get us where we needed to go. But again, for those of us who didn't have the opportunity or the wish, we are still productive citizens wherever we are, and we need to capitalize on that. Again, to make that comparison, the formal education normally happens in a classroom in four walls. You end up with a diploma or a certificate. It's curriculum based, it's the goal setting and so on. While the non-formal, and I'll give you some examples, how many of you listening in have been to conferences? Don't you walk away with some kind of knowledge? Haven't you maybe contributed sometimes as a speaker to share knowledge? Workshops along the same vein. And so I want us to really reflect on the power that we have within us to use the knowledge that we have gotten in various ways to build on that as we continue with this movement of the Garifuna Duo. Okay, Duo, I think I said that wrong. And so another example, you're in the workplace or in a business, and the learning continuously happens between your colleagues, your team members, your bosses. You learn from each other. That's another type of informal setting that happens to us every day, but we don't validate it, okay? Now I want to bring all of what I just said to the forefront under the topic that I was asked to present today on the celebration of Garifuna legacy of sustainable resilience. And what does all of that mean? Well, I'll tell you, working with Dr. Cynthia Ellis, I learned the words food sovereignty. The word sovereignty had not been in my vocabulary as much in the days when I first bumped into Cynthia and we partnered to do a few things. So I ran to Mr. Google when I was preparing for this, and I wanted to explore some of the examples of food sovereignty and some of the definitions, which I'll now share with you, so that when you hear that word being thrown around on this journey, you're focused on what it actually means and how it relates to you. And so it's a system that focuses on indigenous peoples who are especially affected by issues of food production and distribution, partially due to changing climates, shortage of traditional foods due to market pressures on supplies, and the disruption of foodways. Now, I know some of you can relate directly or indirectly to what I just said. Food sovereignty emphasizes local, culturally appropriate, and sustainable food availability. Another definition, right? It's a food system in which the people who produce, distribute, and consume food also control the mechanisms and policies of food production and distribution. That's a little rhetoric, but I think it makes it a little clearer. And now food sovereignty stands in contrast to the present corporate and food regime in which corporations and market institutions dominate the global food system. Again, some of you can relate to that. And in a nutshell, it's saying that at the community level, we can control and should control our food sovereignty. And sometimes we do, and sometimes we fall short. So it's definitely one of the things during this movement that we need to focus on. I pulled together some pictures, and I'm so sorry you guys are not seeing this, but it shows, one of them shows Garifuna women in the agriculture sector, women who were farmers in their own rights and in their own time. I see a woman doing some beating of the plantain, and I'm sure she's making hudut. And then there's a nice, delicious plate of hudut that I wish I had some of right now. And I also have a picture of Cynthia Ellis and her mom grating some cassava. And I bring this to the forefront because this is the way that the Garifuna community has sustained themselves throughout the ages by growing their own food. And so economically, they were resilient and independent of the other systems around them. And that needs to be celebrated and talked about. Now, I almost forgot the men, and I try not to, because they have contributed so much to the Garifuna resilience and sustainability in terms of food sovereignty by being fishermen. For many, many years, and still in many villages all over the Central American area, I'm sure in the region, men still do a lot of fishing, which feeds their families, but it's also very economic for bringing in money and for livelihood. So I wanted to also big up the men with whom we live and breathe. And so we have to remember our men as well. And I'm going to wrap up quickly because some people may have some questions or some things to throw into the bucket here. But again, Cynthia and I started working together with an urban garden initiative in the Port Loyola south side of Belize City, where there was a community that went to Cynthia for help. And coincidentally, I, as the head of the University of the West Indies in Belize at that time, was looking for a community development project to involve UWI at the community level within the Belize environment. Yes, we're an educational institution, but we're also community-based, and I wanted to be out there. So it was just the will of God that Cynthia and I crossed paths. And so for a few years, we worked with the people of that community on this initiative where we wanted them to come on board with growing their own fruits and vegetables that they could put on their tables, and they didn't have to go to the market to buy.
Can I say something, Ms. Jane?
Sure.
I just wanted to thank you for that. It came about because two women from that area had come to visit me. Like, it takes about 2 to 3 hours to get to where I was living at that time. And these two women came with their children, Indira Bartley and Therese. And they brought it to a total of 18 of their children. And they said that they wanted to improve the quality of their life and their community. And in this community, there was no running water, electricity, and limited sanitation facilities. So I really needed to say that, because when I went into that community, it was deplorable. And I had to ask my colleagues who are in position in government, ministry, etc., if they were aware that people were living like this in our country. And they all said yes. So I just want to applaud you, because you are the one who really have had the vision to walk the talk. And I really don't want to stop without saying how much I appreciate that about you. Please continue.
Okay, thank you, Cynthia. So I'll segue into the process that Cynthia and I went through in getting this initiative off its ground. So one of the first things we had to do was to get the buy-in from the community. And I remember going into that community one night, which was not a familiar ground for me. And we're all aware of some of the challenges in the community there in Belize City. And so I hooked my brother in and I said, you need to come with me. And there was a women's meeting happening there on the ground. And I went to them with my pitch about this whole, in the days I used to call it bucket gardening, and it evolved to container gardening. And they bought in immediately. And I was very touched when they were actually talking about a neighborhood day and who's going to cook what and whatever. And then somebody said, oh, and then who will bring the sweet pepper and the onion? And they said, well, we will be growing our own sweet peppers. So right away, I knew we had gotten the buy-in, and I was really happy about that. And so having gotten the community buy-in, and Cynthia just highlighted the needs of that community, we quickly realized that there was a lot of capacity building, leadership training that had to be done, partnerships and stakeholders that we had to seek to help this community, like the Ministry of Agriculture, like that current Belize City Council at the time, and many others, the YMCA, and other entities in that neighborhood and outside of the neighborhood that came on board to make it happen. I want to thank again the United Nations Development Program that and Restore Belize, who made me aware that there was some funding available through UNDP, and I was able to petition them on behalf of that community, and we were able to get $50,000 to help that community get this initiative off the ground. So I want to thank UNDP again and Restore Belize. They were the two stakeholders that made that happen. And I'm going to wrap up.
Ms. Jane, I have to really bring out your woman of courage too, because the era that we were going into are areas where bullets were flying and gangs and so on, and you had the audacity to have some of these leaders, many of whom are in Garifuna in the community, come to the university as we went through processes of reconciliation and mediation and so on. But we're not forgetting to that part, but I just want to paint the picture fully that many of the women were dealing with what is sometimes called the war zone. Yes. Please continue.
Yes, indeed, Cynthia, and that's very important because these women needed the kind of support that you gave them and the encouragement that I tried to give. And before I forget to say this, because Cynthia will kill me, I am also the founder and the chair of the board for an NGO that I did in the memory of my mom. It's called Egla's Training Center for Women and Families. And I'm very proud of the response from the neighborhood. Even the politicians, the Ministry of Education has been supporting this program. It's a very small program, but we've helped now like close to 200 women over a period of, it started in 2005, I opened the doors there. So it's been about, that many years, 16 years, where we have continued to build on helping women. It started just for women until a security guard paid me a visit at UWI and pleaded with me that he needed help too in literacy and life skills. And I gave in, I caved in, and I said, of course. And so, but I quickly understood that there was a need not only for women, but for families. And so that's what it's called now, Egla's Training Center for Women and Families. And so the doors are open. You have children from grade school, high school, university level. Any man and woman off the street can knock at the doors of Egla's and say, I would want to learn, and it's happening every day. where people, I was really in shock. I didn't realize when I left Belize years ago, our literacy rate was very high, but we have unfortunately lost that peg that we need to get back. And so again, it's a literacy center for women and families, and you can do reading, writing, math, and computer literacy at the center. So I want to put it out there. We're a small program, but we try to accommodate anybody who knocks at the doors. Feel free to come. It's semi-private, so you don't have to feel that you're under the spotlight. But I want to invite people here, if you have people in your families, yourself, that you know would want to be a part of this opportunity. I want to invite you guys to just do that, okay? And where it's located and contact information, I can give that to Cynthia to share with you guys. So let me just wrap up my presentation today by saying there's another conversation I've been having with Dr. Cynthia Ellis-Topsy. I tend
Give me a doctorate.
I tend to not sleep at night because my brain is always in motion with something that needs to be done. And one day I called Cynthia. I probably woke her out of her sleep. And I said, Cynthia, do we have a mango industry in Belize? And she said, I'm not sure. I said, well, we need to find out because we need to have one. And by an industry, I mean, I know that years ago, I was told by somebody in the States that many, many years ago, there used to be mangoes that you could get in the supermarkets over here that would see from Belize. I haven't seen any since I've been back here. But I know that I have gone through Dangriga, Say and Bite, Hopkins, Orange Walk, Corozal during mango season, and it breaks my heart to see mangoes hanging low on the ground and nobody doing anything consciously, intentionally about it. And so I have now turned the tables on Cynthia and say, Cynthia, can we please proceed with having, I want to go, an industry, I want to go to the supermarkets and the other areas over here in the US and see lotion made by mango in Belize. Soap, jams, juices, whatever, we can do this, people. And the Garifuna community in particular, this is one of your legacies with the mango. So I was really happy when somebody talked about, again, you know, the Garifuna women getting on buses and coming to Belize City. We need to capitalize on that, and we need to move that forward. And as I say, I look forward to having a mango industry in Belize. And I know Cynthia has started the ball rolling. She's spoken to a few people in agriculture and other community leaders and influential people. So please, I look forward to the mango industry in Belize. I'll give it another year or two. And I'll sign off by celebrating two of the outstanding Garifuna women, one of whom I've had the pleasure to meet, the other one I haven't. And I'll call them by name. The Honorable Madam Chief Justice Acting Michelle Arana. She's a fellow alumni from SCA that I met at SCA when I sat on their board. I hadn't met Michelle in that capacity. I'd met her once or twice. And then also Miss Deitha Rodriguez, Belize's first female drum maker. And Cynthia, you'll have to buy a drum from her for me as a gift somewhere down the road. Birthday gift, love gift, whatever gift you want to give. But I need to have a Garifuna drum in my house. And so I want to thank your participants or fellow Garifuna. Remember, I'm Garifuna by osmosis. I want to thank you guys for your attention. And I invite any questions, comments to the presentation that I was asked to make to you today. Thank you very much. And thank you again.
Excellent, Ms. Jane. Excellent.
For bringing me on board.
I'll call Kaina and I'll call Nehanda. Thank you so much for your sharing as always. A Southside girl, dodging bullets. I also want to mention that when the United Nations people came to visit, it was after a particular hurricane. They had never visited that area before, the officials, you know. And then I said to them, this was after the hurricane, and I told them it looks just as it was when the hurricane came. Nothing had changed, you know. So it was like a disaster within a disaster, as it was physically looking. However, what is powerful is the heart of the people. And I have spent many a time in the community, stayed in the homes of the people in the community. People get out of their bed so I could sleep in the bed. 14 people in a room and sleeping on the floor and so on and so forth. Yet the resilience of the women, as you can testify when you brought your officials from the university who were very impressed. Indira, who is the daughter of Regina Martinez, who is Garifuna, who was the pioneer of women's organizing and Women's Month, Women's Day in Belize. I have to present her and her son, Adrian, and she established the Regina Martinez Foundation. And we were called through people like yourselves who have a network of universities who care. There was this organization called COBEC, where they had done the same kind of organizing in San Pedro, where we have people from our community, from Honduras, from Guatemala, Garifuna people living in what you call a place called San Mateo, London Bridge areas and conditions like what Julie was talking about with Bangladesh. And I was just appalled when I went and I went to the head of the water authorities because I told the people I would leave no stone unturned, and you are one of the stones. In terms of addressing their conditions. And the head of the water for the country told me I must get on the media. I told him, no, I will not, because it's not an individual issue. It's about our state of a basic human right for people. Water, sanitation, housing, healthcare, that's a basic human right. And COBEC had gone, these students from the United States to San Pedro and interviewed the children, Garifuna children, and asked these children what it is they would like to make their community improve. And the children said they wanted a school in the San Mateo area. This was through university, one of the universities for COBEC, and the students, engineers, all these kind of people were talking about the first day of this conference. Scientific, technical people would come and volunteer. And with the community, the electricity got in only because the electrical people said they needed road, and the people built a road. And that is how the children got the school, top of the line school in this country. So the point of your sharing is so powerful, because it shows that together, once we make up our mind, we declare it can make it happen. Of course, the politicians came afterwards to cut ribbon and all of that kind of story after the fact. But it's the spirit of the people that's transforming everything. So pause at this time, invite Nehanda Kaina to just take the space and see if there are any questions or comments before we move on to Ms. Martinez. Hello?
Yes, I just wanted to also add and present that Miss Gloria's grandchildren were in the award.
Oh, yes. Please repeat what you mean by the award, because some people weren't here.
The Duke of Edinburgh's award program, which I spoke on yesterday as one of the mentorship programs, the mentorship program that is in 360 countries around the world. When revamped under, when I was the coordinator, I had taken some kids from some youth from Southside and from all over inner city parts of Belize, and we took them out to Hummingbird. We took them hiking down to Hummingbird Highway into the rainforest and
El Pilar.
El Pilar.
Yes, Placentia, St. Bite, all over the country.
All over the country. I think, Hopkins. It was Hopkins. It wasn't St. Bite. Well, I'm not sure, but we took them down south, and we took them to this place called Hummingbird Haven, which has a few nature trails that go into the rainforest. And in that group were, I think, 10 of Gloria's grandchildren. Right? I think if it was either 5 or 10, it was a lot of them.
Several children. Miss Regina had 14 children, so there were several of them.
As Regina's 14 grandchildren, well, not her 14 grandchildren, but I think it was 5 of her grandchildren had come into the program, and had experienced all of what Belize had to offer for the first time. And one of her grandchildren, I remember it was, don't remember his last name, don't remember his name, but he said, Miss, I had never left Belize City before. I've never been further than these 5 blocks. So I just wanted to add that to that.
Thank you. Thank you, Nehanda. I see Carla. Is this the same Carla Jenkins? Is this the same Carla who initiated or promote the program for HIV/AIDS awareness? I just want to make sure, because is that you, Sister Carla? Unmute, please.
She has unmute, but I don't know if she's having problems.
Okay, because if that is Sister Carla, even if that is not her, she's also a very powerful community organizer in Belize, living in the United States, who has raised our awareness about women, what women around the world who have been doing. And we looked at them. She's the one who introduced us to the movement of the women of Liberia, by showing a documentary called Pray the Devil Back to Hell, where the women decided that they were not going to tolerate any more violence, any crime, any more oppression, any more injustice. And they were holding the governments and the people of the community responsible. And for these women of all walks of life, all faith, all parts of the country came together as one and decided that they would hold their governments accountable. And they followed the leaders, the politicians, who were mostly men, and circled meetings for days and for months. And they would not have the voices of the women silenced until they were able to break the cycle of violence and confusion and chaos in their African communities. And eventually, one of the leaders and supporters became the first African president in a country, a woman president in the continent of Africa. Let me not say country, because Africa is a big continent of countries. So Sister Carla has been very important, and I just want to present and thank and acknowledge she's people asking, in the so-called diaspora. Yes?
She's asking if Miss Jane Bennett can repeat the name of the training center.
Yes, we can't hear Miss Carla's voice. What happened to your voice, Miss Carla?
You're talking about Carla Jenkins. Miss Bennett has responded, Nehanda. Miss Bennett has responded. She has the notes in the chat.
Okay. All right. So thank you. So any questions anymore?
I don't have any questions, but I do have a comment and a declaration that I'd like to make, because I want to end off a little bit earlier today on my end.
Yes, Nehanda.
My husband is
okay, leave the husband.
Okay,
politically incorrect. Go ahead.
So my declaration is that if anybody is interested in working along with the award and would like some consultation on how to move forward with that, we would like to make ourselves available. That's why I mentioned my husband's name, because he's signaling to me that I need to do this now. And also that if there is anyone who is fluent in Garifuna, this is a little bit of a personal interest, we would also like to set up an online course for learning Garifuna for young people. Because our kids, we want to teach our kids the language. So that's the award consultation and learning the language. And the third thing is, Mom, you had mentioned that there is a decrepit or a project or something that is happening in Barranco with books. And I would like to start a funding campaign to get books and to contribute some service towards getting that set up and completed. So those are my commitments for the next, I would say, year.
Yes, Nehanda.
I will be in Belize in the next 6 months or so. And so I would like to physically see what's going on in Barranco and how I can help out there. But I really believe that it's time for us to put a little bit more action towards this discussion, and that's going to be my contribution. So the award, if anybody has a group of women, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, between the ages of 14 and 25, and would like to start an award chapter, I have helped here in Germany to consult with people who want to start chapters in the South where I live. And so I really want to make sure that this translates into my own community as well, because it is an internationally recognized body that the Garifuna community can make the most use of. And I have a lot of technical experience when making sure that that can be set up, and that is pro bono. All of these charitable proposals that I'm making are for free, and I say that because I am a person that believes in paying for services, and I do have a business where people pay me to consult. So I just want to make sure that we understand the difference between those two, and that we can have open dialogue about what it means to have investment and to speak clearly and plainly about things like money and, you know, development and stuff like that. So I also want to invite anyone who is interested in being a part of my online consultation for private entities and businesses and persons and personalities. I will be hosting my first group cohort on the 22nd of March. And if you're interested in having that service, a paid service for your own personal development or any group that you belong to, I will make myself available to give you information on how you can register. But my 3 committed charitable events are the award program consultation, the library in Barranco, and what was the third one? The language course. I will spearhead those 3 things. And so whoever else would like to work along with me with these 3 things, please contact me. I'll leave my information in the description. So good night, and thank you for having me.
Excellent. Please put those in the chat, your email, your contact information that people will remember. And certainly, since this event is being hosted by the Garifuna Nation, I'm sure that Mr. President and his team will take a note of that in our moving forward and recommendations. Thank you for being an inspiration in the past few days. We have presence, family, and royalty that we are around the world, no matter what the name. Taino, Maroon, Garifuna, African American, people from all cultures and walks of life. So enjoy. Is Cynthia there? Is she saying goodbye because she was a co-convener?
Yes, Cynthia seconds the school, the language course. She would like to.
Is Cynthia? Can we hear her voice? Or is she?
She is preparing for her examinations tomorrow. So she asked me to speak on her behalf.
Excellent.
And she would also like to again present the need for biodiversity education, so environmental education. That's her.
Excellent. So we can make those notes. I like to have things in writing. I'll ask Miss, you're modeling Miss Carla, because I started first with Carla's mother and her family. So it's about family. Kaina has her hand up.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nehanda. Okay, Miss Kaina.
Okay. First of all, I want to say thanks for inviting me and be a part of this and being the presence of this journey that must continue. Nehandra said something about the woman award thingy. I'd like to take a look into that, and I'll contact her as soon as you guys have her information online. I mean, on the chat room. And
please include your info.
Say again.
Nehanda, please put your information in the chat.
It's there already.
I'm doing it now.
It's there already. It's there.
Okay. All right. That's what I had to say. I'm just appreciative of what you guys are doing. Thank you.
Wonderful, Kaina. Stay with me because you are a part of my moderation support coach accompaniment. Anyone else would like to ask a question or make any comments? Miss Jane, thank you. You are just awesome as always, sharing and being a part of a wonderful journey.
Yes, Cynthia. I want to thank Nihanda for stepping up to that library. And I also want to expand on that discussion on perhaps the theme of literacy libraries and a few other things.
Right.
So that it's all meaningful. And Sister Kaina, the fastest woman from Belize, the Olympic runner, we want to also encourage you to motivate the other young women in Belize to pick up your enthusiasm for the Olympics and how you went and represented us well, despite the fact that the government of Belize treated you shabbily. We want to address that at some point in time. And then without further ado, I want to take maybe 5 minutes to introduce and present Kasik.
Oh, yes.
His machine is working well. The internet is working well. So Kasik, I know you wanted to give us greetings and blessings and solidarity. And I'm just soaking all that in right now. So over to you, brother.
Good day, relatives, and sharing one love. Heketiwa for us means we are one. And on the topic of our women, what we're focusing on, or nurturers, or mothers, or caregivers, or teachers, or warriors, I wanted to put something out to the community that a lot of times in these discussions is overlooked. And it is us, the men who are in this space, and the women that have to work together as it relates to accountability of the men in the community as well. The reality is that a lot of the hurt and violence amongst women happens at times from people within our communities. And when we're making these pushes, sometimes there's that gap on how will we work on restorative justice? How will we heal our people when they come upon these issues that are coming from inside of our circles? So I'm putting that out there. If there are solutions, that is what we are looking on as a community today, not just for the Taino people, but for all people, because I realize in many of these indigenous communities, the reality is, saying this as a male leader, that most have male leaders, most have that mentality where they will not go against or speak out against a lot of these things. I heard my sister earlier talking about how when the elders share of their experiences, how it helps the youth and it creates these spaces for healing to take place. So in all of our discussions, especially around the focus on women, is to have that mindset that in our communities, to have space for restorative justice, to have space for accountability, to have space where there is a council, be it of elders, be it, I find it works most, of women that will be the ones that will look over and oversee, that will give that guidance, that will say, this is required in this space, and where training is necessary, we raise the funding so that we have training, because this is also important. We have to feed our people, we have to have our land, we have to have water, we have to have knowledge, we have to have healing of the body, we have to have healing of the spirit, we have to have our traditions and our music, but we also have to have healing from the colonization, healing from the slavery, and be mindful of the effects that it has on our youth, that it has on our male youth, and how we navigate these realms as an indigenous community with this foreign obstacle that we have to deal with today. So opening the ground on that, thoughts on that, and to me, it's a discussion that we should have and look into working on together. So again, sharing solidarity with all of our relatives. Know that everyone on this call, wherever you're from, welcome to our island home. We are one. I've said it with Babatu Egbert before, that Garifuna experience and the Maroon experience. Some forget that the first Maroons were the Tainos, that our experience is so similar, with one of the main differences being that the Taino and the African descendants came together on this island during periods of war. So the preservation of the language and certain aspects of the culture was geared towards survival. So now that we have these times where the war is not so much on the forefront, but on the background, we can reconnect with our relatives. I've reconnected with the community of Lakona, reconnecting with our Garifuna relatives. I was delighted to hear one of our Lakona sisters singing a Garifuna song, and that's just showing that unity that we're all having. Putting out that prayer and that vision of solidarity. I was holding space here for all of our relatives so they could speak, especially women could speak up about what is going on and give their presentations. There are so many beautiful moments. And Brother Egbert and Sister Cynthia, what you guys are talking about going to the different spaces and communities, we can do that. You know, we can have our prayer run. We can connect prayers throughout all the communities, sharing stories, sharing culture, sharing ceremonies, speaking around the drum. We can organize these things to create those bridges. The elders said that the waters connect us. They don't separate us. So just sharing in gratitude. And I mean, you must can hear the excitement in my voice that this time of prophecy is happening now.
I'm excited to Braka. See, could you tell us the island, Jamaica? The island of Jamaica?
Island of Jamaica, Jamaica, island home here. All is welcome. This is a beautiful invitation.
Yes, brother, I take the invitation with, as you say, hook, line, and sinker.
Egbert, can we present Dr. Curling? I really want to present Dr. Curling because he's the one who encouraged us in this maroon connection and his dream and his vision. The first time that I met him, he's in Canada, is that to have us come together in these sacred spaces to do this sharing that we are doing. And we got impatient. We say, you know what, COVID is not going to stop us. We're going to use this opportunity to reach out across the waters virtually. So I really would like to present Dr. Curling and get a few words of encouragement from him as far as this vision, which I think is which I know is a dream come true. Please.
Yes, brother.
Well, thank you very much, Cynthia and Cecilia and Egbert. I listened carefully, and I hear the women passion and emotion in regards to where they'd like to go. I'm very impressed with Kasigi Kalan, a young brother there who spoke so eloquently. And as you know, I feel that what we talk about today was the belly or the guts of everything about Garifuna, Maroons, and everyone are people who are, I don't want to say desperate, who have established and expressed themselves in many ways. But the other part of the Garifuna or the Maroons that I want to emphasize very much so is what we call nation. What a privilege we have actually now that we have a place like even Belize where they have the land and the people. So all of what you speak about the language and the culture and the food and all that, that's the belly of it all. But I think that the respect that we all want to have is that all nations around the world recognize that this nation of the Garifuna and the Maroons are something that is established. And some of the challenges that we are facing with the challenge of our young men and all that is the wanting to find where is the family home? Where is that place we can call home or a nation itself? I think the opportunity lies in the fact that even as we speak, as I understand, and I went over this a couple of times with Egbert, and they know my feeling about this, is that your country in Belize have established a ministry in which to recognize what they want to contribute and how to organize the Garifuna. You have all the organization in place. What you want is establish the respect and formulating the nation itself. It can be done. I just want to also mention recently, I don't know if anyone have noticed that or read about it, maybe Egbert, he's quite a reader too, that in Ghana, I noticed that they were making use of the banana waste. As you know, banana only grows whatever month, and it's one of those most wasteful fruit trees that they ever had, or what they call the fruit or what. But the fact is, as soon as you cut a banana, it takes it takes another banana tree before it can produce again. What Ghana has been doing is using the trunk of the banana now and making carpets and things like that. And it's a thriving industry lacking of investment. And I thought about it and I said, you know, Jamaica and Belize and all these places that really gather the Garifunas and all that, there is an industry that put the people on the map itself. So you're on the map already. You have the land and all that. You have the culture, you have the historic sites, everything that must be officially recognized. In other words, become sacred. Another point I saw the other day up in the northern part of Canada, that they have made one of the lakes a person in the Constitution. Can you imagine that they will respect the lake now as something that regarded as a person, meaning that the fact that I will digress a little bit. Well, there was an Indian chief in Canada that had asked me a question once, if I could answer this. He said, do you know the worst crime that anyone could commit? And I apologize, but look, if it's vulgar, too much for this. But I talked about and I suggested all kind of things that the worst thing a man on earth could do. And he said, raping your mother. And that hit me so hard. I said, what do you mean by raping your mother? He said, every day we rape Mother Nature. Now, Garifunas and the Maroons and all that live so close to nature. As a matter of fact, in respect to food and culture and all that. And here we are as a nation, if we could ever assist and help these government in recognizing this as a nation, that they could more or less, where we sectionize off a piece of the land and say, this is Garifuna territory, where the kids can come, they can be all that. So that is one of my dreams, and I don't think it's my dream. I think that Egbert and Cynthia and all that, and Flavius and everyone, as we talk about, from the Maroons to the Garifunas, wherever they are, Honduras or Belize, recognize that that could be, and it can be done. Just like the Catholics have their land all over. The Pope has his nation all over. Well, I don't see why the Garifuna and the Maroons are establishing a nation. The Garifuna can work so closely along with the Maroons because they have more or less been advanced in getting up and being recognized as a nation. And the government is recognizing them and treating them that way. So I just wanted to make those quick comments and commend you, the women that are done remarkable work in regards to what I see the Garifuna nation. I listen very attentively. And Kaina, I just want to say to you too that it doesn't matter if they recognize you in Belize or close. You're recognized all over for the tremendous contribution you have made in sports. And I want to salute you on that. That's my little piece anyhow today. And I'm sorry I was late. I went to do my little, what they call it, the vaccination this morning. And had my first stage one. So here I am. After you all.
Just on time, Dr. Curley.
Thank you, Dr. Curley.
On time, always on time, because your energies were out there. You wanted this connection with the Maroons and the Garifuna to happen and materialize. And I wasn't very much aware, but apparently the ancestors know what they're doing. So just have to, let God, and let it be.
Beautiful. So I don't know, Miss Jane, if you have any comments. I don't know if you've met Dr. Curlin. I have met him virtually. I mean, through the Coconut Wireless we have met and spoken several times. Continuing on the journey, and our family is, well, I won't say it's widening because we were always there. And it's just a matter of making the connection. Dr. Curling, we love to meet or connect with the Maroons in Canada as well. It's, a sacred circle. And certainly we are embracing our people in Africa. Sister Sister Carol keeps asking me about the origins of the Garifuna people when it comes to like our African roots. And that is an area that we will be exploring further. So this is a time of celebration, and we feel the energy as we're preparing for our next session, with this time with Dr. Wadani. I'm giving her a doctorate now. Ms. Jane, are there any concluding remarks you'd like to make? You, as usual, have given a sparkling presentation and sharing. Thank you for being a part of our journey and our movement, which is continuing in a very sacred way. Any remarks from you before we close this session?
Just thank you again, Cynthia and Egbert, for inviting me to be a part of this movement. I just want to say keep up the good work. I know it's a lot of work, a lot of energy is going to it, but you guys are up for the task, and know that I'm here as usual whenever you need me. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Jane. I'll just do a little quick synopsis because you have been with us from the beginning of this season of this conversation when we began last year. And one of the issues we were looking at last year was the trauma that we have been experiencing as individuals and our families and our communities. And one of the beauty of Garifuna, which I love, is the presencing of the good, the bad, and the ugly. So as we see it as an opportunity to heal, to acknowledge, in order to heal, we have to acknowledge what it is we have to heal from. And that is where we presence the word genocide. And many people don't agree or don't like the use of that word. However, it is what it is. And in our cleansing process, where we had the presence of Frantz Fanon's daughter, Marielle, she's from France, Frantz Fanon, who wrote several books about the psyche of colonization and decolonization, all of that. What we have learned is that we have a sacred space where all perspectives are being presented and shared. We don't have to agree with each other. It is what it is. And certainly the question of the Garifuna tenacity and the miraculousness of it has been acknowledged by the United Nations as declaring us as a gift for humanity. And based on that, we have been moving on the journey of shifting the intangible to the tangible. So what if we are declared this masterpiece culture for the world when in our communities and in our countries we have had people dying? We have to look at the situation of healthcare and health conditions in the South. We have been presenting communities where, for example, we had the experience of a child dying. Without even going into the details of that, the fact is that the facilities were not there to pay attention to that child whom we lost. So we have to take a deeper look into issues such as health and wellness that is complementary, as Sister Amy had mentioned earlier on, Dr. Amy Magdaleno. She did not speak about injections and COVID shots and all of that. She spoke about the power and the strength of her ancestry and how she understood healing through her mother. So we're looking here at complementarity. We have looked at issues relating to land and territory, not only in terms of its physical presence, but the awareness and the consciousness and the relationship between indigenous people and our land, and the declaration that as a nation, as we heard from Sister Julie this morning of the Cherokee Nation, that we declare that we are a nation within a nation. And how do we navigate and have that diplomacy as Sister Dr. Carla Barnett showed us in the conversation, that we would be able to learn how to navigate these systems with respect, with honor. The Cherokee Nation have offered to help us in that journey that they have been for a long, long time. And Ms. Bennett, and Elisa, Dr. Bennett, has been with us for a while. She has been in the guts and the belly, mentioning the belly of this whole journey and this experience. Someone in the declaration that we went through just now, which I could identify with. Oh, Julie, She said that the Nobel Prize winner for the Grameen Bank, he could have cried all day, but he decided to cry and to do something about it. And those of us who are part of this movement, at least I can speak for myself, I cry and I do something about it, because some of the things that we are experiencing are unacceptable. Enough is enough, and it has nothing to do with political party or political persuasion. There are governments, give to Caesar what is Caesar's. And as we're moving forward and discussing the issue of reparation, the Garifuna people, we do have issues to sit at that table when the reparation discussion is brought up. Not because we have not been enslaved, but as a nation that is credible, we are going to sit alongside. And I got that confirmation when Sister Julie spoke from the Cherokee Nation, that they have the federal government and they have grants, and they're also a nation within the nation of the United States. They have their own passport when they want to travel, as well as the US passport. So it has been a very rich sharing. And yes, we have found people who don't agree. Yes, we have people who criticize and so on. And that comes with the territory, and that will come with the territory. We have spoken about food sovereignty. Ms. Jane gave a beautiful exploration about food sovereignty, which is different from food security. And so there are many matters that we have addressed. The brother just now brought up some issues of relationship between men and women. Very beautiful. Brother Pablo, if he's there, brought that matter up yesterday as well, that we need to look at our relationships with each other. That sense of self, it's not pretty. Within the Garifuna Dabueba, we present the good, the bad, and the ugly. And through many of our rituals and our sacred spaces, we do address these very hardcore issues that are not pleasant. But because of the facilitation that the culture provides, we are able to address these issues that are very painful, that expresses the fact that we are diseased. We have disease because we are not in harmony with ourselves and in our relationship with each other. So this has been very powerful. I don't know if you're still there, Sister Carol. You said you're going to leave in a little while. So if you are there, I'd like you to just give us some reflection, a little reflection, because here is a sacred shared space. We are conducting ourselves with honor and respect, yet it's not a United Nations conference. Is Sister Carol present, Egbert? Because I cannot see on my screen.
No, she's
Carol.
not, but Owani is here. Yeah, Owani
okay,
is here.
Sister Owani. Sister Owani, well, let's segue right into you. Welcome you. You are such a beautiful sister from Hopkins, the beautiful village of Hopkins. And yes, thank you, Egbert. And yes, thank you. We start to use the words and the language. I admire Sister Wani because she has dared to stand up many times on her own alone. Maybe you could tell us a little bit about some of that experience that you have had as an entrepreneur, as a Garifuna woman, and just release this time and the space for you to share with us in the Sacred Circle, Sister.
Pleasant good afternoon to my brothers and sisters here. It's a pleasure sharing this moment with you. And I hope that whatever I contribute would be very, very useful and can help us see our way forward as we dearly need to advance in what we're doing in making sure that our culture and people survive, not only survive, but strive. So I've been tasked to share a little bit about myself and being an entrepreneur, which has been a very, very, very hard journey for me, but it's been a interesting one. It's one that I wouldn't change or have any other option if I'm to give in a second choice. And the reason for this is that throughout the journey, I have grown tremendously to appreciate who I am as a Garifuna person, my ancestry. So I'm now deeply rooted than where I was before. Very unshakable. And people often have some demeaning description of it, but for me, I'm comfortable. So today I'll start to talk about my childhood and how it shaped my entrepreneurial journey. It all started in Belmopan, and this is when my aunt, Rose Zacharias Martinez Palacio, took me over under her wings at the age of 8. And we were able to pioneer a lot of things in the capital, in Belmopan City. Many people might not have known, but even before the immigrants came in, and Mayamupan and the extensions around Belmopan was actually expanded and inhabited. We were one of the first Black families in that area, exploring Belmopan and selling different items around the place as a way of making sure that we can sustain our livelihood. So I would be my aunt second hand, right hand. She'd be right there and I'll be behind. I was her pendapon. So I learned a lot of my entrepreneurial skills from my aunt. And we did that without no shame, with great pride. And it helped us develop character along the way. I moved on to Hopkins a little after, about a year after, with my dad. And my dad has always been an entrepreneur. So many of my family members, my aunts, my uncles have always been entrepreneurs. They've always worked for themselves. As such, my family has also been a family who have greatly advocated throughout Belize, being stewards of unions, speaking on behalf of many people, ensuring justice along the way in the development of this nation. So being in Hopkins, I had to overcome some challenges. I still am. It's constant. The challenges I overcome and I'm often faced with is usually mostly from my own Garifuna people. But it's not to say that it's not with love. And what I say to many who would say, hey, why are you still loving them? The idea of loving my people despite what all they've done is because I can acknowledge that they have basically just act based on where they are in life. I can't change that. I can only accept that and show them something different, that there is better on the other side. During my childhood here in Hopkins, being an entrepreneur, I was going to school, but at the same time, I was tasked in manning my father's store. And I had this nickname that people would always refer to me as the Chinese gal. The Chinese gal is coming. But it didn't mean anything positive. It was because I always stood out as a child. And the way I stood out was I was stern, I was disciplined, and I was profit-driven. Coming from Belmopan with my aunt, who was so disciplined as well, my character had been molded. So they're like, Chinese gal in town. So when Chinese gal is in town, it means that there'll be no credits. So if you owe me, you don't get anything else. If you're short a quarter or a nickel, you don't get anything else. Because how can my rationale for that was, how can I replenish my stock when you're owing me and I'm not making money? And I had seen my dad for many years manning the community, allowing credits, and at the same time just going down the gutter. But for him, he sought to explain it away that he was providing a service for the community, which is good. But what I see at the end of the tunnel was the fact that he was left out of pocket, and the suppliers demanded their payments. The people that he then credited his goods to didn't care, and he had to find the money to pay the suppliers. Well, I ended up paying the suppliers later on. So I totally discontinued that. And I was always the stern one, making sure that business would turn a profit. So for that, my name wasn't the best, you know? And I'm not sure how much of this experience other people would have had, but in our culture, we have a very negative way of looking at people with such character that would like to see business succeed. We call them mean. There's all kinds of negative names that we could go on and on describing them. It's something that has been inbuilt in us. So to overcome these hurdles is quite a challenge. You know, you have to develop a thick skin. You have to grow some confidence in order to be able to shed that off and proceed on to be successful. I later went on to the bank, and working at the bank and working in the system. As an entrepreneur, you'll quickly learn that the system does not allow to see individuals flourish on their own as entrepreneurs or having individual endeavors that would earn them additional money. So again, I had to become creative there in order to have started my business in 2007. So my business is Palmetto Grove Ecocultural and Fishing Lodge. It's a cultural business, and it's based on highlighting the importance of the Garifuna culture. So for us as a people, as I looked around as a child, it dawned to me that where are we going from here? We're constantly looking for grants, we're constantly begging, but we're broke as a people. We don't have funds to do what we need to do for our people and to move ourselves forward. So what do? And it always lit that light in me that I will become a successful business person. And not only for myself, but for my people, because there is dire need for funding in order for us to be able to undertake our endeavors, to be respected, to survive, to strive, you know, for health, in order for us to have a voice. And that has always prompted me, and that has always been my motivation for sticking it in. It's not for myself. I'm just the vessel which is direly needed for my people. So throughout the struggles, the banking struggles, I went on and I took on the business full time after I left the bank in 2013, after all the cultural saga. And it solidified what I wanted to do and what I was called to do, which was to serve through business. With that came some financial challenges, all kinds of challenges from my people. Starting my business here in Hopkins, it was actually not too surprising, but I would often, having come from a banking background, I knew about marketing, and I was able to take on some skills in order to pitch myself and be on a level playing field with the foreign investors here in Hopkins. And it was surprising how my people just tore down my signs. And my signs would be the only signs that would be torn down. And these are signs that I would take my time, because I didn't have much money, but I believe in improvising and doing the best you can And on my holidays from the bank, I would busy myself painting my signs, putting them up, and they would just destroy them, leaving all the foreign-owned signs right where they were. I stayed through it, and I continued to persevere. But along the way, it taught me character. It strengthened my resolve. We had our place burnt down. We sought to festivals in order to incorporate the culture, the community, the artisans. And that again was destroyed, always destroyed. But my ancestors kept on just prompting me, go ahead, go ahead. And I would get the assistance I wanted and needed, not from Garifuna people. But from total strangers. And it was just a sign that, you know what? Persevering would help and will hold me through. So as a woman entrepreneur, being Indigenous has been a challenging journey. I had to battle with my own and the foreigners. So I stand in between because I was uniquely positioned where I'm fighting for my people, assisting them, trying to see how I can bring them in from the rear. And then the foreigners are evading. They come with their divide and conquer tactics that our people really don't understand. They don't understand. These foreigners come here and they're like, oh, you're my friend. And yes, they would tell you that. They'll buy you some drinks. They'll get you comfy. But they are not really friends. Not by our definition as Indigenous people. Because our definition of friends as Indigenous people means that, you know what? I'll die for you. I have your back, you have mine, and together we'll strive. Together we'll go down. But that's not the foreign person's definition. So it has always created some conflicts for me. However, I continue to be spiritual in whatever I do. I continue to summon the might of the ancestors and the Almighty, holding on to the historical fact that our ancestors had navigated the seas and the waters of Belize, being great entrepreneurs. They were able to survive as they moved from Mexico to Honduras, selling the best of rum, agricultural produce. They were able to hold their forts, being independent as they were, unlike us today. With the proceeds of their entrepreneurial endeavors, they were able to send their kids to school, to the best of universities, without loans, without being indebted. So why can't we do that today? It's a key ingredient that is missing in today's Garifuna community. And part of it is the fact that as Indigenous people, we have been stripped of our pride. We've been stripped of our identity of who we are. We don't know it. We don't want to know sometimes. And we walk around as if though we're undeserving. And we must instill in our youths, in our children, that we are as equal as we come to anyone here on earth. And we can achieve anything that we would want to achieve. And one of the other things that I task people to do as we move along in entrepreneurship is to do your best all the time and aim for excellence. Too many times as a people, we just settle for mediocrity, you know? One of the things that really cemented what I also did was the fact that as Garifuna people in tourism, even Mayans, other indigenous culture, we're always undervalued. We do it to ourselves. Many people would often call me and they would start, "Oh, Wani, what's your price for your tour?" And I would go about explaining to them. And they would, you can actually read their expression. Why does it cost so much, you know? And I can tell you what I tell them. You could go find it elsewhere, you know? Because the importance is of knowing who you are, your value, and what you bring to the table. And I'm finding that many Garifuna people, many indigenous people do not understand their value. And that goes from the young to the old. It's a problem we have across board, not knowing our value. So it's something that we need to address by teaching our history and teaching the greatness of our ancestral past, because there's so much value in it. We were union leaders, we were carpenters, we were the best of tailors, you name it, we educated the nation. So why are we looking down on each other? And why do we allow other people to look down on us? You know, and educating oneself on whatever field of endeavors that you choose to take on is an important thing too. You have to be very, very knowledgeable in what you're doing as it relates to business so that you can excel. So taking the time out to educate yourself, you might not go through formal education, but taking every moment as a teaching moment is very important, you know? So to drive home today, I would, because we have a lot of challenges as we go along, and I would like to have us think about how we can assist our young people, because many a times we're finding that our young people are distracted. They don't want to work. They're ashamed of entrepreneurial endeavors. We're not flexing their mind enough for them to think outside the box, you know? And yes, we must applaud those who have done so. There is one of Lloyd's son, Augustine in Belmopan. He's doing a wonderful job in terms of fashioning tennis. You know, he took that on as an entrepreneurial endeavor. And there are many other young people along the way, but there is still much to be required. And I would encourage them and say to them that to be successful, you have to be determined. Through all the thick, the thin, you have to find your purpose, your passion, and ensure that through that, you can persevere. Sometimes you'll have support, sometimes you'll have none. We have to understand as a people, we're not accustomed, it's not our norm to support entrepreneurs in our culture. So it's an upstream battle that sometimes it's not for the faint of heart, and you have to be able to reach out to the very few people that are doing it. And I avail myself to any youth, any person who would actually want some advice in order to go into business or think about an idea that they would like to take on as an entrepreneurial endeavor. But there are just some things as Garifuna people, some norms that are not healthy. And we have to work ourselves through that. I have been able to do that spiritually. We had one of healing is very important as you go through your journey in order to become a successful entrepreneur. you have to rid yourself of all the negative energies and take on some new ones, some more positive ones that will propel you forward. So to be successful in entrepreneurial endeavors is very, very doable. But on a whole, we have to be able to look at things from a wider perspective. And
Wani and Sister Wani.
What I do, I also try to give back. So giving back to the community, in giving back, you'll receive. Like our spirituality is based on Albo, Amurno. So Garifuna Dwo is living it and not just saying it. So in everything that I do in our Garifuna business on the island, it's on a private island and it's been designated as an area put aside for Garifuna preservation. Hopkins is gone as we speak, you know. So I have taken it my business to secure the 62 acres. It's a family-owned enterprise, and it's put aside so that we can invite the youths, the old, the young, and engage them in Garifuna Dwo, in Garifuna activities that will further ensure the preservation of our culture. So any question at this point?
Yes, Wani. I think they want you to type the business in the chat, type your business in the chat so that people could look it up later on. I think that's one request.
Okay, thank you, Sister Wani. Such a wonderful testimony of why initiatives such as the Garifuna Nation are so important, because here we have a listening space where we others who are invited. The sharing of your story is our story. We now embrace your story as ours, and it's how do we walk this talk? I just wanted to really congratulate you for your resilience, which is a testimony of the Garifuna people. And you said something very, very powerful, that part of the encouragement has to do with circling yourself with people who are like-minded. Many of us who are in this sacred space are aware of the kind of journey that you have been on, where many times we stand alone and look around and wonder, are we alone? But we know that we are not alone, because those who came before us are always with us. And so in this movement that we have here, I just wanted to let you know that we affirm you, and everything is in a season. And in this affirmation of you and affirmation of one another, and the circle has widened to include people from different parts of the world. I also wanted to thank you for highlighting the essence of what we call the value, giving value to who we are. Ms. Jane and I have had intense discussions about that as we have been maturing in letting it known that we are people of great value. We are people who, if we don't give value to who we are, then we are not going to be valued by others. And for example, we have in our conversation listened to some of the universities and professors who have worked with the indigenous Maya of this region of Central America. And we noticed that there was a lot of facilitation of Maya leadership. It's not about competition, but certainly it's recognizing that where spirits have been broken, or where spirits have been traumatized, there has been we succumb to the pressure. And the big step in our journey of moving forward and overcoming is to recognize this. I want to present Regina Martinez again because one of her sisters lives in Hopkins, and I myself will admit that 20 plus or 30 plus years ago, I wasn't where I am now in terms of my maturity and my awareness. Regina Martinez, who has transitioned, was a woman ahead of her time. Regina came to me one day and she said, Cynthia, we're going to get 500 acres of land and we're going to get, I've already gotten 7,000 citrus plants. And I'm like, what? I was like stunned. So I want to admit to you honestly that this process of growth has been very challenging, including for myself. Sometimes though, I also would like us to consider, even as I listen to you very deeply, that the systems that are in place have been intentional to undermine and to dilute who we are. We've listened in the past few days of people who we were not encouraged to speak our language. This is not an excuse. However, it takes a toughness and a resilience to be able to maintain who you are in the context of that. Concerning youth, I am here in Punta Gorda, Paine, at the business place of Darius and his family, Darius Avila Bear Sweets. And Darius, as you know, has been the pioneer of Battle of the Drums. And in many cases, it has been a battle for him. We know that he can speak better for himself. Yet I will tell you, Wani, and those of you who are in this space, I am just transfixed by the energy of the young people who engage. I have been to the schools where the children, the young people have been drumming and they've been singing and there's something that has been activated in them. And this is the hope that we want to ignite here, that the essence of it is there and we are the catalysts to bring out what is always and will always be there. And these young people are ready, as we heard this morning with Rodney. Rodney is not here this afternoon because Rodney has gone back to the farm in Cerro, and he said, Miss Cynthia, I'm going to bring some cassava. I am encouraged in Barranco, where I would be today, but they are now harvesting and making cassava bread, the whole community. So it's one like yourself who is an inspiration. You're a catalyst, and it is not as it seems. It is not going unnoticed. So I just want to pause and stop there and just encourage you that it might not look that you are being appreciated, but you are certainly making an impact beyond words. We are making an impact beyond words that we will be able to learn later on. As Sister Julie Moss was sharing with us, it is not easy. So I'll pause at this time and ask if there are any questions or comments from anyone of Sister Wani, Garifuna warrior woman here, Queen.
Yes, Sister Warrior Uwani, Queen, Sister Uwani Mel Martinez, Warrior. I think I want to give you the title of Colonel, Uwani, Colonel.
Yeah, and just to add,
Mary.
I don't know about all those titles, because for me, I always tell people the Garifuna fight is one that we have to shed our ego in order for us to win. Yeah. As I look through the landscape, and I always say I'm blessed to be in certain positions and at a young age to have seen so much things as it relates to how we interact.
Yes, Sister Wani. Unmute, Sister Wani.
Yes.
Unmute. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry.
Yes, yeah, we didn't hear the last.
So I've been privileged enough to have a first-hand seat at many different occasions. I was privileged to be at the NGC conventions, at Cabo meetings. When there was the incident of the bank, I was there up front with all the elders. And it lends much to be desired from a young person's perspective. There is so much that we need to do in terms of involving people from different walks of life. And our movement forward must be inclusive. And I continue to say that encouraging entrepreneurship and having this as a platform is something that will allow us to regain our stability, our respect, and who we are, because we've lost it, you know. We're now at the whims of the politician. We're begging, you know, like we have not come from a stronghold, one of great resilience that have been left behind for us. So we must take this opportunity to right the wrongs and change the direction. And I love the platform that is here, but I'm asking that we do it step by step, a little at a time. Little by little, we're making increased progress, you know, and it doesn't take a lot sometimes. Sometimes we think it's a mountain to move, but if we're moving it one shovel at a time, eventually that mountain will be moved. So it's engaging people, the youths, the children, the women, the men, in every aspect of life, so that we can see some progress for ourselves.
And thank you, Sister Wadani. I just wanted to hold on to what Sister Julie from the Cherokee Nation shared with us, and share that in preparation for this movement and this session, and you brought it up very well, is the trust and the faith in the divine order, and not really, I mean, that is Garifuna Duo, an indigenous way of being, that it is not in our own physical strength and being. That's something that I had to learn, and it has aligned me in order to be obedient, as the president keeps saying over and over, deep listening, and really not to be anxious for anything. As you see, step by step, sometimes it has to be big steps according to the calling, and you are certainly gifted, and you certainly have been called. And so we are celebrating and encouraging you, because we all appreciate that celebration. Another thing that there is a gift, each of us here has a gift that came up yesterday, not to hide your light under the bushel. And together we are developing a mosaic, like a tapestry of different colors and different perspectives. That's very beautiful. And you are very beautiful as you speak about the 60 acres that you are inviting us to be a part of. And so this process of healing is a very powerful one. There are wrongs that have happened, it is true. And as we are affirming the strengths and the beauty of who we are, therein is the secret of how our ancestors were able to navigate. It is no accident that we educated the nation, as you rightfully said. There is something very distinctive about the Garifuna people, that no matter what the challenges we have faced and that we are facing, we are still breaking through the glass ceiling. And Jerry Enriquez mentions in his book, Educate the Nation, that I think it was his grandmother who lost about 6 babies, you know, while they went and they lived in these remote Mayan communities. You know, so that is the story of the woman. This is the story of the women. And this is the story that we must tell differently. We are putting our story together. And your story has been very beautiful. And Mr. President has indicated that in terms of the Garifuna Nation, we are going to tell the story, and we're going to tell the story very differently.
Yes, so the beautiful story from Owani. I don't know if she shared that one of resistance. the one with the banks. Did I miss that? Where she stood up to the banks who did not want her to speak her language in the banks. You imagine that? A bank
our
in a
language,
community
our language,
doesn't
yes.
want to hear our language in our community.
Yes, thank you, Egbert.
Took the bank.
And you know what's beautiful? I witnessed when Darius Avila, you see, this is an example of how we support and brace one another. Darius made sure that in front of that whole Battle of the Drums gathering that you were recognized. And that is beautiful to do that, because there are some of us, there are others of us who have been in the trenches. And as you rightfully say, it's not about ego. It's about being there to link up and brace and hold one another as we are doing through this virtual gathering right now. We're bracing and holding one another from different parts of the world and the universe.
So I wouldn't be wrong to recognize Owani as one of my shearers, and also Kiana Martinez as one of my shearers, young shearers, along with you, Cynthia. I wouldn't be wrong, right?
So, Egbert, you did mention at the beginning of this gathering about your grandmother, your great grandmother. You may want to say a little about her and her mother. And I want to reveal that your mother asked that her story be told, and I'm sure it's being told here in this space. Sister Amy Magdaleno spoke about her mother and those who came before her. And we need to present this for our children. We already have the university. Let me share with you that in our family, and I'm talking about family, not just blood, but family, we are family here. Our grandfather made sure that when we came from these places called schools, that we were debriefed. He wanted to know what we learned. And he sat us down at his feet and told us about the story of the Garifuna people. And he and others are still doing that. When I go to Barranco, that is where I live right now. I live in the Daboyeba. Why? Because everything that we need is in the Daboyeba. Everything. And so for those of us who will willingly go there, be quiet and listen, we will receive all the instructions that we need from those who came before us. I also want to present Sister Latosha Brown, who sends greetings. She is one of the leaders of Black Voters Matter from the United States. Can you imagine that big space there where Latosha organized, and it's because of her the story changed. She loves Garifuna people, and she sends us special greetings.
I want to thank you, Sister Owani, for that story, for that encouragement, for that advice based on your experience. There's a couple of people from Urume in the present here with us. Sister Luzette. Can you unmute?
Good evening, Brother Egbert.
Yes, and give us your greeting from Urume.
Yes, Egbert, please explain what is Urume for those who are new and may not be aware, please.
I would prefer you to do that, Cynthia, because you, I'm sure you have a better understanding and appreciation for what Urume is.
Thank you. I was asking
when you're done.
Okay,
when you're
beautiful.
done, I'll explain.
Okay, excellent. I will. Thank you, sister. I just love you so much. Urume, you have absolutely no idea how that resonates with those of us who are here in Belize. It's like I've heard people from Ireland and different countries who never visited Ireland are so connected. And for us, it is a deep, it's like your navel cord, navel string buried there. And so through our songs, our stories, our ways of being, we have that connection all the time. It's a place, it's our homeland, it's a place of our heart, our soul, our entire being. And the theme of this conference, this gathering, this movement is surrounding cassava. And cassava is the essence and the root and the relationship of woman, being a woman. And so we align both tracks in our indigeneity, our African track and the indigenous one. And I will just briefly say that this is like a coming together of a dream my sister had. I will present my sister, Zoila Ellis Brown. A couple of years ago, some women approached about having a cassava festival in Barranco. And this is about 4 years ago. And I was going back and forth. We were going back and forth with it. And in the preparation of this particular conference, my sister called me. She wouldn't stop until she got me. And she says, you know, I dreamt you. I dreamt that you were in a room filled with cassava and that you were peeling cassava. And she said, I don't usually share dreams, so this is because of the sacred space that I feel called to share this dream. And she said, while you were peeling the cassava, there was a glow around you and you were getting younger and younger. So I said, well, getting young is great. So, but what happened is that she and I had never had any conversation about this cassava festival and this campaign that we have been going on with cassava, which is the root and essence of Garifuna women and indigenous people. And so I arrived in Barranco as a part of this journey for this gathering we're having here. Lo and behold, as I arrived, there were the women peeling cassava, not just the women, but the children and the men and young people. Oh my goodness, peeling and baking cassava bread for 2 days. So this is just the essence of part of Urume. So please, sister from Urume, it's in your DNA. Even if your mouth cannot explain or describe it, you are essentially a part of this movement, even if you don't know, but you know that you know. Thank you, sis, for joining us.
Miss Cynthia?
Thank you.
Just want to share some good news. Just got some good news.
Yes.
We have been working on a Garifuna trail, and that trail spans, it's a tourism trail that will include Dangriga and Hopkins. We were part of a competition, Compete Caribbean. So we have been approved for a grant that will assist us in doing that. So it's
wonderful.
Improve our technological presence, so websites, brochures, improve capacity building for Garifuna entrepreneurs, both men and women and family. We have 47 businesses involved on this trail, majority being in Hopkins. Yet that we will be all inclusive of the Garifuna. We can expand it to our diaspora.
Excellent, excellent,
the beginning of what we want to see for our people. And this is the kind of work I am here to devote my time to, you know. So we've approved with all the back, the forth, the fight. And again, the fight with us is usually they don't see people with the tenacity to task them to be accountable to indigenous, you know. Yes. Consultants are of the opinion that you just come and throw something at us because we can't read. Some people even tell me it's surprising that Uno read documents. I'm like, really?
Okay. Yes, right? Yes.
But it's like, how condescending are you?
That's
so
right.
We had our
That's
battles, we had our share of back and forth, but we're glad that our ancestors are moving the way forward for us.
That's right. Look at that. Congratulations.
Yeah. So
yes, thank you.
We're working on
That's
that
beautiful.
and moving forward in seeing progress for our people.
See, in this moment and this sacred space, it happened, right? That's the divine order. Congratulations, sister.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Okay, Urume.
Go ahead, Lizette.
Thank you so very much. And thank you, Sister Cynthia. Let me explain. Greetings all, everybody from across the world. Yes, I see you prompting me to start the video. I am very video shy, but I'll try. Let me see. Anyway, the reason why I asked Sister Cynthia to speak to you about Urume is to make a point. But before I make that point, I want to commend you for creating this space. I think it's a very good one. But there is a but. So let me go to the point I want to make when I asked Sister Cynthia to tell you about Urume. I'm in my 60s and I only heard about the Garifuna earnestly about 20 years ago when I left London, having lived there for 20-something years, and went to Washington, D.C., and met someone who came up to me. When he heard I was from St. Vincent, he came to me and asked me if I was from St. Vincent. I said, yes. He said, I am too. And I looked at him and I thought, what's your name? And when he gave me the name, I thought, no, we don't have any name like that in St. Vincent. So I expressed that. And he said to me, I couldn't remember the word, but I know it now. I'm Garifuna. And that puzzled me even more. And then he said, you ever heard of the Black Caribs? And I said, sure. He said, well, it's the Garifuna that they call Black Caribs. And when I did my research and discovered what it was I was ignorant to, I was very ashamed. Then I went to Belize about 5 years ago and was even more embarrassed because when I went to Dangriga, I think it was, and when the people there heard that I was from St. Vincent, one or two of them started speaking to me in Garifuna language, and I couldn't respond. And one was bold enough to say, well, you mean to tell me that they send all the Garifuna people away from Urume? And then I understood what he meant. Me coming from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, which is the native land of the Garinagu, couldn't speak the language. And you know how embarrassing that is for someone who is supposed to be enlightened and everything else. And so the point I'm making is to stress the disconnect. I came in this forum this morning, apart from a few things that I left. And with all that is being planned, I have not heard much about establishing a link with your ancestral home. I have heard everything else but that. And it's something that frustrates me because some years ago, I used to do a radio program on a Saturday. And some years ago, I was, I believe, the first person to have linked up with two people from the Garifuna diaspora. They were Dr., oh gosh, what's his name now? Ramos, Dr. Ramos, and the other person whose name can't come readily. But out of that discussion on radio came a behind-the-scenes meeting over several weeks about how to establish links between Urume and the diaspora, the Garifuna diaspora. Many of you might have heard about the declaration that was made some time ago in New York, where the leader of the party that was in opposition then declared that he would, 1 minute please, declared that he was going to grant honorary citizenship to all Garifuna people, and those who wanted to become citizens could do that. And there was a story behind that. It was a logical decision. Nonetheless, that caused an uproar with the gentleman who is in power right now and who seemed to always bamboozle Black people, especially those in the Garifuna diaspora. This is a guy who's busy selling off your lands for nothing to people who were the ones to have you, I don't like to use the word exile because I was corrected some time ago, but it is the, these are the people from Europe who caused us to be apart. And every time I hear about the Garifuna people coming home to participate in anything to do with the Garinagu without challenging this man, I get very, 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 very distraught. All too often, I've spoken, Joseph Guerrero is the other guy. And all too often when I ask people in the Garifuna diaspora, please, what are you doing to secure your inheritance in Urome? And what I get told, we are not to get involved in the politics. So having listened to all the disappointments, I heard somebody saying that we can't, the Garifuna people can't even afford to do things and they've lost their identity and so on and so on and so on. What do you expect if you have no link with your spiritual home? What do you expect if you seem to be hardly interested in what's going on there? The Jews never gave up Israel. It's Black people always giving up. Some of us in the Caribbean will never go to Africa for one reason or the other. And I am getting the same sentiment from the Garifuna people who were literally taken away from their homes to other places and they're being abused now. If we were as strong a people, the governments in these Latin American countries could not treat you like that. And it's painful that after 200 years, more and more and more I listen, as the years go by, the people to whom we in Urome looked up to help us reestablish our heritage are losing theirs. So where do we go? Where do we go? I really didn't want to cast any, I live near the road, so do forgive me. And the noise is coming through, I know. I really didn't want to cast any doubts or pessimistic overture to what's happening here. I am just trying to make a point that there is another dimension to this discussion that is not being discussed. And I urge anyone getting involved in this year's Garifuna, whatever they call it in Urome, when they have no regard for the Garifuna people there. This government has no regard for us. In fact, the places where there are more people of the Garifuna heritage are featured in the latest, poverty assessment report as the worst. So if we can't live properly in our own homes and we go elsewhere where we were thrown and can't live there, where are we and why is it so? And at some stage, we must address the issue of reestablishing links between the Garifuna people, the Garinagu, and their ancestral home. Many of us are waiting for that to happen so that we can reclaim our heritage. And with that, I want to say thank you for having me. Whenever you have these discussions, please, please, please call on me. My brother Patches was here, but he had to go leave. But if he were here, you would have heard him endorse much of what I've said here. It's a discussion we always have, but not having many places, so to speak, to put action to our...
Okay, sister. Thank you very much. Your comment is welcome. It's very welcome. And this sacred space is one where we are clearing and we welcome your perspective. And we are the ones, we, Wagia, are the ones that we are waiting for in this movement. And as we have begun this conversation seriously in depth from last year, we have been very clear that perspectives are important, and we have a responsibility to share the responsibilities, the expressions, and not keep them in our hearts. In fact, here in Belize and other countries where the Garinago are, it is so strong. Not everybody is of one mind, one action, one motion, as Sister Uwani just shared. And as she mentioned, that sometimes she is not, there's no oneness sometimes with others, the very Garifuna people that we are with. So that is understandable, and that is part of the struggle, and that is part of the movement, and that is part of the reality that we are willing to listen and pay attention to. And even here in Belize, we had a situation where we have many Garifuna people who ran for political office, and we are not aligned to any political party. We are not afraid of any political party or government. However, those brothers and sisters who have chosen their path, that is their choice, and people have a choice. There are some serious issues that we are dealing with here and in other parts of Central America where we do take a stand. It's not that we forget, and people are literally being murdered for taking a stand. We here in Central America put ourselves on the line for being ostracized in a very deep way, and there's no fear about that. So we certainly join with your sentiments, and we are listening and learning and understanding. Can't take responsibility for others who have connected in whatever way that they have. Only they can tell that story and that perspective themselves. And our position has always been in the nation, we give to Caesar what is Caesar's, meaning that there are two tracks. There are factually governments that manage our countries in a particular way. And there is our nation that we are evolving in a serious way, honestly. And so we are going to admit and acknowledge that this conversation in this way is a fairly new one, and the responsibility goes both ways. So we honor the fact that you are present in this conversation and that you have expressed what you have, because it is important to lay everything out. And that is why, just as Sister Uwani concluded, I was saying that the Dabuyaba is where everything is at, because were we having this conversation in the sacred space of the Dabuyaba, we would have trashed it out and listened. Everything is shared. Nothing is put under the carpet. So we want to honor and thank the fact that you have expressed that. And this is the purpose of this movement, to listen, and not to just respond for the sake of responding. So I will ask Mr. President if you'd like to comment on that, because we welcome this healthy exchange.
Yes, Sister Luzetta, very welcome to your presence. I was listening, and I do appreciate your honesty in terms of how you perceive what's going on with the present political, socioeconomic situation there in St. Vincent. We want to visit the Garifuna Nation on behalf of the Garifuna Nation. I want to visit St. Vincent to see what the situation is like on the ground. But as Cynthia was saying, we, the Garifuna Nation, are non-sectarian, non-partisan, in the sense that we will not take a political, party line. In other words, we would not be an arm to any political, organization. We are looking at ourselves as the Garifuna Nation. That is, and I like the analogy,
exactly.
Rhizomatic in the sense that we, like exactly. the cassava tree, right, has many roots. We have music, and the musicians vary. There's James Lovell right there. Sometimes he plays paranda. Sometimes he plays wanaragua. Sometimes it's gunje. The music is varied, right? And even our language, it's evolving. The people in Honduras, have a certain, way of speaking and, prosing their words. We in Belize, we are English influenced. So we are very varied. We are not monolithic, which is to say, we will listen and we will also be influenced by what you tell us, because you are a part of the Garifuna Nation. I noticed that Pablo had his hand up, so I want to also invite Pablo to make a commentary. I think he wanted to respond to something you were saying. And James has been to, I want to pull Mr. James Lovell, brother James Lovell, has been to Urume, right? There is some work that he did there. And I think there are several people who have been to Urume. I have not been, and I am a little bit, want to follow in the footsteps of James and brother Pablo, who have been there and have seen some other things. And I think I want to encourage the Garifuna Nation. We will be there. I will be there virtually to make a presentation. I think this weekend, 11th and the 12th.
Right.
But
we will.
Pablo, yeah, you too, Cynthia, will make a presentation.
That's right.
Go ahead, Pablo. We are at the wrap-up session. We are at the wrap-up section of this long 3 days international Women's Week. So,
yes.
Go ahead, Pablo.
There's so much things to Sister Lucette's commentary that needs to be unpacked. That may require another virtual conference. That's what I was going to mention to Sister Lucette, that Eleanor Bullock, Trish St. Hill, James Lavelle, Georgette Lambie, they made trips to St. Vincent without any funding, just money out their pockets and the love that they have to restore our culture in St. Vincent. We don't know too much about the politics. I've been following the politics of St. Vincent since I was there with the cultural group from here in Harlem. And it seems that, the disconnect, there are reasons for the disconnect. And I've been studying it. And it's
I think you muted yourself, Pablo. Unmute yourself, Pablo.
Sorry, somebody was just calling me. It's a very long and expansive conversation. At this point, I believe Kasike was correct, and something that I've advocated in the past as well. We're still in the healing phase. We still haven't recovered from this genocide and banishment that the British imposed on us.
Exactly.
We just haven't, to be honest with you, Sister Lucette. Keep in mind, I tagged other persons from St. Vincent. You was the only one that responded. So that connection is definitely there. I remember visiting Brother Jomo Thomas when his mom was still alive, and just having conversations with the Vincentian community. I also had conversations with Tony Johnson from the Vincentian community. I was even part of a cultural group in Brooklyn to try to establish that link. And it's gonna take time. It's gonna take time. We're still looked at. I'm talking about Garifuna people from Honduras. I get confused faces when I say that I'm Honduras and I'm Garifuna, and I get to think, why is that? I understand Belize is a part of CARICOM and the English language is dominant in that region. But we have to understand that there are Garifuna people in Nicaragua as well that we're still trying to engage, along with Brother Egbert and the entire Garifuna nation. So we definitely need time. We're at this phase of our history, we're still healing. That banishment has a very lasting effect on us. I know the effect that it has on my family, who are direct descendants, because I have the family tree in which I could trace the 3 siblings that survived the genocide in Baliso. And the way that my family has handled it has just basically been to forget about that experience because it's so painful. to go back and try to make an honest assessment of it. So we basically move forward in Honduras, and then we made our way here to the United States, but we haven't forgotten about St. Vincent. We have not. It's still our spiritual home. We understand that the island of Baliso is in the bidding for this an international bidding house, auction house, the Sotheby's here in Manhattan, and we know that there's a family that owns the island. So what we're doing now at this point is basically organize and try to galvanize the different Garifuna communities, the 80 Garifuna communities in Central America. We reside in 22 enclaves here in America, with New York being the biggest, LA being the second biggest. And we are in different pockets of major cities like Chicago, Seattle, Houston, New Orleans, and Miami. So you got to give us some more time. We do stay abreast of what's going on from the political front in Urume. I had the opportunity to visit Oia, Sandy Bay, and Greg's when I was over there. And I was pretty saddened to see the living and social conditions of the Garifuna people over there. To be honest with you, I was pretty sad because it's a very, very hard look at our reality when I was over there, to see the brothers and sisters living in those particular conditions. Same way as if you was to go to Honduras to see the way that we're living in Honduras, our social and political conditions. It mirrors St. Vincent. So as I alluded to before, thank you for your commentary, because I definitely enjoy people that speak the truth, that are unapologetic about it. I've wished that more persons in our community were like that. So we definitely need your input, and you're most definitely welcome back to engage with us.
I just want to clarify one thing without taking much time. I am not asking anyone to be partisan politically. All I'm saying, because although I'm not a member, I support the party that is not in power right now. But all these people are politicians. And I'm simply saying, beside the political party politics, if you are attacked, you should be in a position to respond in some way. For example, when you were invited to St. Vincent and the Grenadines to go and tell the nation, warn them that you're coming to take our lands and houses, I have not heard a response from the Garifuna nation, for example. And it didn't matter who said it. So long as it was said, there should have been a response. Thank you.
Okay. Brother James, I think you wanted to say something.
Yes, Ms. Lizette, I've been listening to you, and I also concur with Pablo. You know, it's good that we have this forum so that people like you and every one of us can express ourselves. Well, based on, what I heard, I want to tell you that there is good news. The fact that, myself, James Cordes, and James Cordes is from Clay Valley. Tris St. Hill is from Baroli. I believe Verna Authors is from Kingston. I don't really remember where exactly she's from, but those are my St. Vincentian or Urumena colleagues who assisted myself, Carla Herbert, and her name is the next person who was very instrumental. Her name was Eleanor Bullock. We all went down to St. Vincent, seeking assistance from the government, financial assistance that is, and it was not reciprocated the way we wanted to, in a way where they could have supported us financially to assist us logistically and stuff like that. But we managed to do it. And what really, really stand out for me during that endeavor was the resilience of the Vincentian children. There were children coming from Sandy Bay. There were children coming all the way from all over Clay Valley, Barley, Oia. They're coming from Layu. They're coming from Busterman. They're coming from all over. And they were traveling on buses early in the morning to get to Peters Hope. We were doing it at Peters Hope in the school there in Peters Hope. And these kids, over 100, 150 kids, 180 kids, they were all there every day. We were there for 21 days, 29 days, and those kids were coming to workshop every day. And I have to tell you, Ms. Lizette, that these kids were able to learn over 30 songs, along with what I taught them, along with what Georgette Lambe taught them, along with what Christine, Christine also was a part of it. Estrada, Christine Estrada. We were all a part of this movement where the kids benefited. When I first landed there in 2011, there was mixed feelings because some adults, they were talking and saying, why are you coming to teach? Why are you coming to bring back something that is not here anymore? But like I said, everybody is free for their opinion and to voice their opinion. But I was there for the children. The children were my target, and they stood out, and they were the one who gained, and they were the one who keep instilling me up to this day. The other day I was having a conference with Brother Egbert. One of my students, her name is Relicia Andrews. Relicia now is in the school system, going to school to be a teacher, and she's also teaching little children the little stuff, the little songs, the little amount of songs that I taught her, the little that she learned from the workshop, Yuga Cure and Habina Hagarinago that we took to St. Vincent. And that is good news to me, and I hope that it's going to be good news to you also.
It is, and in fact, these young people are featured at special events.
Yes,
and it's they're proud moments when we hear them sing, and they're coming from St. Vincent. We hear them sing the national anthem.
Yes, that's correct.
In the Garifuna language. What I'm trying to address is a systematic approach, not the piecemeal and approach that we might be seeing, and especially since the United Nations has endorsed the Garifuna people as an indigenous people. We should be able to be tapping in there to get some funding with respect to our culture to try and preserve it. Trust me, I understand that there's work. I mean, Trish is a very good friend of mine, and we talk about this kind of stuff. Often we're asking, where is the Garifuna spirit? Why are we so docile? Why are we taking all this nonsense, living in poverty while our politicians abuse us? The Garifuna spirit needs to be revived. That's what I'm saying. And I'm suggesting there ought to be a systematic approach. Thank you.
Yes, Sister Lizette, and I like what Brother Pablo suggests about creating a special space to unpack a lot of that. And I want to support Brother Lovell in terms of the power of the children, because this is my experience here in Barranco. The children have taken the lead and are taking the lead. The children are saying, we would like library, resource center, health center. I haven't had to ask them, they have approached me. So the power of the youth and the children given that space is a hope, and they must be included in this conversation.
They will be included. Sister Lizette, please don't forget to leave your email and your phone so we could follow up with you and have the extended version to this discussion as Brother Pablo had suggested. Now, I think we are at the wrap-up.
Yes, we are.
The wrap-up part of this 3 days
International
Women's Week for the Garifuna Nation. And we would like people to jump in and make some,
yes,
reflections, critique, and this is how we roll. In other words,
yes,
we approach our work in the dialectic, right? The dialectic, we make our reflection known, and then we take it in the notion of deep listening, and then we move forward.
Yes. Yes, we are inviting people who have concerns to take the leadership and the initiative to speak and communicate those concerns. This is a different way of being, because there are ways in which leadership just be dictatorial, but we have tried to be very inclusive and to open the space for dialogue and discussion. Mr. President, Chief, could you share the forum that we have, maybe along with Pablo, of the days and times of the radio programs, shows, topics, websites, and all that at this point, and people can communicate through the chat as well?
Sure, definitely. Something was crossing my mind as you were talking, and I wanted to ask Luzette to help me with this. We were looking at a video, a documentary, right, on Urume, and there's a young man in that documentary. In St. Vincent, Pablo and James have been trying to locate him for me. His name is Nixon Lewis. Now, Nixon Lewis is the young guy in Sandy Bay who had the maps of St. Vincent before the colonial masters decided to impose the owners. And I want to know if Nixon Lewis is still around in Sandy Bay, St. Vincent. If not, I want somebody to find him for me. Yes, we do have 3 radio programs. Since 6 months we've been on this journey. The Garifuna Nation is trying to change the face of the Garifuna Nation, and we are trying to make the nation fashionable. We no longer want to be perceived as just a group of singers or dancers. We are members of a Garifuna Nation, the Garifuna Nation, and so we want to emphasize that with our radio program. It's on Thursdays at 6 p.m. Pacific time, which is 9 p.m. Eastern time. On Thursdays, we have another show with Mr. Ramos. And on Sundays, we have 3 p.m. Pacific time, which would be 6 p.m. Eastern. That's 5 p.m. Belize time. And a series of conferences, workshops, grounding, I call it grounding with our brothers and sisters, because what we are doing is we are consulting. We are listening to our people in the villages of Belize. We started in November, we were in Hopkins, listening to the voices of people in Hopkins. And then we went to St. Bay to listen to what was going on in St. Bay. And now we are in Piney and Barranco, the most southern part of Belize. And in April, Pablo, my brother, who is in New York, is helping us to go virtually. We are going virtually to Honduras. And we are trying to locate some villages in Honduras because some atrocities are happening in Honduras. And we want to go into the villages and listen to our people and find out what is going on. Why is it that the authorities seemingly have decided to treat the Garifuna people in Honduras like enemy combatants? I don't know why they have to kill our people. Why are they doing that? They deserve to die at the hands of ammunition. So we are going there virtually to listen to our people, to listen to the fight. We have a suspicion that it's over the land, but we want to listen and see what we can do moving forward. And Sister Luzette, you're still there. We go to Honduras, we might go to Nicaragua, we might go to Guatemala, but definitely we are coming to St. Vincent, as my other brothers who have made me jealous, James and Pablo have gone before, you know, and I haven't, you know, but I know I'm coming. Anything else that I need to review?
Can we get feedback? The Maroon presents Canada, different parts as far as how we wrap up and how the days have been as we move forward. We are moving forward with the Cassava Festival in November.
So this, yes, I'm glad you brought that up, because we are thinking that the presence of the Garifuna Nation in Piney and Barranco is a signal to our women in Piney and Barranco to prepare for the Cassava Festival that the Garifuna Nation wants to sponsor in November. November is a big thing. Remember, I was saying that November 19th is the day that our leader, TV, Thomas Vincent Ramos, TV Ramos, organized on our behalf. Thomas Vincent Ramos, who was a Garveyite, made sure that we celebrate November 19th every year. Now the whole Belize is celebrating that day. And so we want to do something more tangible in terms of visiting the cassava and produce cassava, do so many things with cassava so that we could, you know, be Garifuna or being Garifuna through the presence of our food. I'll go around now and get some response from the other people in the room. Margaret Mariano from Belize City. Are you in Belize City? Will you jump in and tell us what you think? In the meantime, I'll go to Sister Hazel, all the way from Jamaica, to give us her reflections on our meeting, and then we'll go around and then sign off. Go ahead, Sister Hazel.
I just came back on, but for me, this has been a wonderful experience. I knew nothing about the Garifuna people, and I typed in earlier on that I spent a day in Guatemala, Belize, and Honduras, and Mexico, and I knew nothing about the Garifuna people. So for me, this is wonderful. Interestingly enough, when you talk about the 19th of November, the 19th of November is also International Men's Day. And for us here in Jamaica, it is also 2 days, no, a day before, we have the National Storytelling. Yeah, that's the National Storytelling Day. So I'm sure that during that time we'll be able to link up so that your stories or that somebody, a storyteller, can come and join in with us. We have a storytelling foundation, which I'm a member of, and it's called the Ntukuma Storytelling Foundation. And the founder and director of that is Dr. Amina Blackwood Meeks. So I am saying, for me, I hear you mention about Garvey, and obviously that man is very powerful. So I'll do what I enjoy doing best, and I'll end like this. Just a reminder, people with powerful, you say, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. People with powerful, mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Community.
Yeah.
History. To learn what we learn from that. Powerful. Many powerful. Many powerful. So just remember how powerful we are, how blessed we are, How thankful we must be to our ancestors who paved the way for us. They told us that Noah built the ark and gone in the Bible story. I like to change things and I say our ancestors built the ark and gone for the next generation to follow on. So kings, queens from across the world, it has been my pleasure that I am on here with you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sister. Thank you. Who's next?
Yes, beautiful.
Very beautiful. Sister Georgia Ramsey. Sister Mariano. Enreta. Dory. Jedi Top. Well, since there's Sister Lydia, you want to give us your observations at this point?
It has been a beautiful day, full of reflections, and I am left with the urgency of picking up and increasing the connection with Yurume. I was unaware of the work that Brother James Lovell has been doing, unaware of the work that Brother Pablo has been doing, and it's news to me. However, it's wonderful news, and it's very powerful news. I do want to share in a summary, very short way, of there being the youth that will run with this message about the Garinagus and who we are in Yurume. It so happened that I worked for an organization for 10 years. It turned out that the director of that program was from, or is from, St. Vincent.
Mm.
She claimed that she had never, and nobody who there is no one who meets me that does not know Lau Garifuna. So of course, I talked about that, and she said to me that she had never heard of the Garinagus. So when I went on my pilgrimage in 2017 to Yurume, I asked this gentleman who was one of the group guides. It's my understanding that the Garinagus are not known, and this is what this trained, educated woman said to me. And his answer was, that's a lie. And Kehamugalengu Bishop Martin, Tumara Swallow. Okay, even better. So when, and every time she would tell me how her family helped the Caribs and that they would bring, they were so grateful to them and for her, to her mother, for that was later on in her storyline, and that they would bring some of their produce in thanks to her for being so kind to them. But she always referred to them as the people on welfare, the poor people. So when I related this to my brother said, This is the 21st century. Why do you continue to have her use those terms in reference to the Garinagus? Why do you sit there and listen to that? But she was my boss. But it finally occurred to me, this is crazy. So after that conversation with my brother, this was my story to her. I told her exactly how my brother put it. And that was the last time she spoke to me of the Garinagus being so poor and being on welfare and being on this and on that. The point here also that I want to make is that the current president gives us the Garinagus when we visit there. You cannot even ask him for more. So when Sister Luzette says that he is behind the sale of Balisao, for instance, it blows my mind because this man actually sponsored the boats and offered their own sea power to get us to Balisao. So I'm shocked, so it's this play of I support you. However, in the background, this is what is going on. So I want to bring that to my brothers, Pablo y Jaime novel, to let you know that these things are occurring underground as you all are working towards increasing the link and the connection with Yurume. Okay. But Sister Luzette, thank you. Yours is an urgent message, and I hear it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sister Lillian. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Anybody else? Sister Georgia? Carla?
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, as I listened to Sister Lozette and Sister Flores and many more, it aches me to know that I have noticed traveling from Yorome. I was in Yorome 2 years ago, and the politics that is being played to divide our people, and we're falling for this, you go to Honduras, again, there are two groups of Garifuna people fighting each other for the state. You go to Honduras, it's the same. You come to Belize, it's the same. It's something that is plaguing us as a nation, and we must address it urgently. We must go on an education campaign, educating our people as to how great we are and the need to be independent of these politicians that are just using us as pawns, because we have our people just fighting and being pawn in this game. I spoke to the ministers in power in St. Vincent while I was there, and they give you the political speech, the political talk. You speak to the opposition, they have another opinion of what is happening, but none is Garifuna-centric, None is Garifuna-centric. We're not talking for ourselves independent of the state. And that is where our problem lies, because we are constantly being used and abused, and because of our unhealed beings, we're falling for these things. We have our one group that will be set against each other just for the benefit of the state, and it has nothing to do with us and our well-being. So when will we stop this? Where is the Garifuna spirit? I'll ask again, like Mr. have said, where is the Garifuna spirit? We've kind of hang our boughs on the tree or somewhere, and we need to go fetch it and get going with what we need to do for our people.
I really want to present Regina Martinez at this stage because I would like to declare and share that Regina Martinez and a few of us were the ones who made it possible for the celebration of Women's Month and Women's Day in Belize. And that story will be told. So in the midst of all this seeming chaos and confusion, we are the ones who make a difference and break the cycle like yourself. So I hear the urgency of our sister, and as a part of this movement, we will move forward and address it and not be distracted by who say what, who never do what and all that. Just to say that in our first meeting in November, we were able to address the issue of the Sandy Beach Women's Cooperative in Hopkins, which had never been celebrated by us. So we didn't get preoccupied with who didn't do it or who, why, and so on, because those are all the truth. And moving forward, we declared and included the Sandy Beach Women's Cooperative. And I want to thank Dr. Carla Barnett for having called a few of us. She didn't call organization X, Y, or Z or the leadership that we have questions about, but she called those of us who are movers and shakers and get the job done. And this is our calling right now. Whilst we recognize what has not happened and who has done what or who has done what, we are the ones that we are waiting for because we have the track record. And therefore, Sister Lizette, I'm making a commitment to you as part of this Garifuna Women's Movement with the support of the Garifuna Nation, that we together are going to address this issue in a very serious and meaningful way. And Sister Owani, please help us in ensuring that we are part of this Garifuna Trail, that we know what it is about, because I've spoken with the consultant, Dion Chamberlain, who was shocked and amazed of different things about the Garifuna people and nation and so on. So it's a process of getting to know one another and to cultivate these relationships where we have no fear. I have gone on behalf of the Garifuna Nation to meet with the head of the Indigenous Women People's Affairs and the CEO, and I'm not taking any picture on no step in front of no assembly building in Belmopan to show and tell. It's a serious conversation that we are all a part of, and we are all part of the circle that will make a difference and break the cycle and include others who are prepared to do the work. Is there anyone else who has a comment?
Sister Cynthia, can I add something? This is timely because for the first time, I believe since emancipation, we now have a woman in our parliament who declares that she is a proud Garifuna woman.
Awesome.
And I am determined to have her join these groups and use her as use her as an avenue to the government for better treatment of the Garifuna people, the Garinagu. The time has come when we must act. Thank you.
Yes, wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you, Lizette. We want to follow up on that advice that you're giving us. We'd like to get her on our radio station too as part of the discussion. I think I saw Sister Dury, ML. You might want to go ahead.
Yeah. I want to, I'm going to cry. I want to thank you for allowing me to, I only an hour or so ago, hour and a half ago, learned, was able to get onto this webinar, this consultation, and I want to express my appreciation for allowing me to be here as a non-Garifuna person. As a person from the Baha'i faith, I want to express that you have allies. Don't feel like you're alone, because this is all over the world. There are people struggling for, to retain identity.
Exactly.
And the Baha'is support and advocate for unity in diversity. And it's very important that all the various cultures of the world really be able to step up and express the best qualities of their culture. So I just want to appreciate you again for allowing me to be here and listen. Very educational, and I see it's recorded. I would surely love to be able to hear what happened previously. I've informed my friend from Belize who lives, Garifuna friend from Belize, who Cynthia knows in Honduras, and I about this. She wasn't able to attend because she's at work, but I know she's very interested in learning and hearing this conference. So thank you again so very much, and much appreciated.
Thank you, Dory. Thank you. We love you very much, Dory. You're always very supportive. Thank you
so much.
So I think we've come to the time where we've gotten a sample of feedback, and just to summarize and conclude and thank everyone who has been here with us over the past few days. It has been a time of getting to know you. It's like almost like, courtship. And one of the things that stands out is the urgency and the declaration of a pilgrimage to Urume, and to seriously address the issue of disconnect. We are going through it in all our Central American countries. And here in Belize, we are facing that reality and having the boldness and the courage to speak truth and to speak to the reality of what's going on in the ground. And Dory, thank you for that sharing that you made, because I had made a note that in other countries, there's a lot of this suffering that takes place. We want to recall Nelson Mandela, that when he became the president, he had to address a lot of issues. I am thinking of having gone to Soweto, and in the midst of all the grief and all, what was more than racism and apartheid was definitely an assault on humanity. And this is what we are facing here over and over. So thank you for reminding us of that, Dory, and also reaching out and stretching your hand of love, connecting and embracing and comforting each other and encouraging each other as we move forward. So I have down here like a Balisau campaign that we are called to address. And thank you for our sister who was sharing that she did not know. We know these politicians, and so as a nation, we can speak a different kind of language. Moving forward, and this is the last major women's gathering and conference by the Garifuna Nation for a while. We are announcing November 19th, or we'll set the date for the Cassava Festival, where the women from all over the country and men are diligently preparing for the Cassava Festival, which is designated for Barranco. It has been a beautiful time. I certainly have appreciated your dedication, your love, your encouragement, your energy, your synergy, and look forward to hearing more from you. We have set our contact information, and the president has indicated how you can become a part of our movement. Our movement is not about conferences, webinars. Those are just tools and mechanisms to guide us in a conversation as we're taking hold of the technology here, and we're getting better and better. The next event will be in April in Honduras. And even though we have these COVID challenges, some of us will be traveling to where our people are. I certainly will be traveling with some of the team to some of the specific areas. And who knows, we reach Uruguay sooner than later. You have inspired us, Sister Lizette, and it is good to keep her open her mouth, not to keep her mouth shut. Sister Wadani, thank you for sharing, and congratulations once again on your on the award for the Garifuna Trail. We'd like to learn more about that. We would like to sit at the table. We would like to be part of the conversation. We would like it to be known that the Garifuna Nation exists. It's vibrant. We are going to connect with those who have a track record, certainly like the Cherokee Nation. Everybody who has been a part of our conversation has taken leadership in being part of our resources. So we invite everyone or anyone who has been a participant of this journey to show your face, to feel free, to extend your love and support for us, with us, in the areas of University Without Walls, addressing of land issues, food sovereignty issues, health and wellness, and more important, Garifuna spirituality, Garifuna duo, as we learned from the Cherokee Nation, that it is the circle of love and our spirituality that guides every single aspect of our journey. So I'm complete, and I thank all of you. I don't know if it's a president or anyone of the Garifuna Nation team would like to say anything, but I am done. Ayo.
Pablo, I saw your hand up, Pablo.
Yes, I just wanted to add that there is a organization here in Brooklyn in which I have facilitated Garifuna artists to perform at their events, which we have to engage too, Egbert. Garifuna Indigenous People of St. Vincent and the Grenadines Incorporated. It's a nonprofit organization. They used to hold a lot of events at Friends of Crown Heights over here in Brooklyn. And we need them as well to be part of the healing process, because they're trying to reconnect with their roots as well that they have lost on St. Vincent. I know the majority of them are from Sandy Bay, from the Ballantyne and Lewis family.
Good.
So we need to contact them. And the sister from Jamaica made a great observation in regards to International Men's Day. We have to explore to have an event revolving around that and tie it into the November 19th celebration.
Yes.
As well. So that's something else that we have to
excellent
discuss within us. And I cannot forget, we want an engagement from the audience. You guys could follow us on our fan page. We're under the Garifuna Nation. That's our fan page name, and Facebook. On Twitter and Instagram, we're on the Garifuna Nation. So please engage with us. We're here.
Beautiful.
Thank you, Pablo. Thank you.
Can I thank the Lovell family, Egbert? Thank you for your music, the music that people so enjoyed. Our sisters and brothers from Jamaica just kept messaging and calling and saying. Some of them didn't even have lunch. They didn't take lunch because they were so impacted by that music. Beautiful healing music. So really appreciate you, appreciate your time. And music is indeed the food of love. So we would like to continue centering music and art as a part of this journey. In the midst of all of this, it's healing and just necessary. Beautiful people, we close off at this time until April again.
Beautiful women, beautiful Garifuna Black women.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this International Women's Week. Very much.
Yeah.
All power to you all. Bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye. Put on some music. Or should I do some music now to close?
Well,
thank you.
Try that. Let me try that. Let me just see if I can
close with some music. It's been very beautiful. And please feel free to continue to give feedback, things that you may think about later on that might not have come to you in this time. Is Dr. Curling there?
I think he left. Can you hear
All
that?
right.
Do you want us to do it?
Can you hear that?
Music. I want to hear some music. Let the musicians do the music. Thank you, family.
Eric? Okay.
Brothers, sisters, we will be there. Brothers, sisters, we will get there one day. So lo 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 lo, why ya lo 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 lo, lo 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 lo, why ya lo 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 lo.
you want us to play some music? I think he's gone.
Yes, please. Let's party. Garifuna party. Thank you so much. Chuluhali Wadani, our time has come. Chuluhali Wadani, our time has come.
Love you guys. Love you all.
Chuluhali Wadani, our time has come. Chuluhali Wadani, our time has come.
Can you repeat that again, please?
What's that, Hazel?
What?
No, it just dawned on me. We're having our Zoom on Sunday.
Yes, I got that.
Usually do, sorry, we have a section when we go on Zoom that we greet people in different languages, like with the Aquaba, which is welcome. So I would like to use that on Sunday, how to greet in Garifuna language. How do you say welcome or?
Mabrika. Mabrika.
B-A-B-R-I-K-A.
M-A-B-R-U-I-G-A. Mabrika. Some people, yes. Sister Lydia?
Mabrika. Yes.
Is it Mabrika or Mabrika? Some people drop the R, some of us don't use the R. Mabrika.
M-A-B-R-I-K-A. And that means peace or welcome?
Welcome.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey, Margaret, you're in Belize City? Real stuff? Did you get everybody you wanted? Flavius?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Margaret.
Flavius is there quiet. Flavius, you're there quiet.
He's just chatting in the chat.
Okay.
Trying some fit.
Wow.
Trying some fitness.
Yes, Margaret, from Belize City.
Beautiful.